Welcome new and old friends. My name is 242, and today 42 decided we should do a compilation. And remember, if you enjoyed these stories, hit the like button, subscribe, and share it with anyone who might enjoy. Now, turn off your lights, make sure your doors and windows are locked. Things are about to get spooky. All of us sat completely quiet, trying to hide from the blind monsters. Well, it turns out when things get really quiet, even the sound of blood flow in our bodies is loud enough. Do not respond to a message on suspicious websites, no matter how trivial. By DannyBoy1. It all started when I was looking for a game I had loved as a child. I didn't want to buy it because I'm broke, and emulation is too easy to pass up. However, a big problem arises in getting a ROM of this shit in the first place. It looks extremely easy when you look up the game, but most of the ROMs are broken or you can't be extracting with an unknown password. So I went through pages and pages of websites until I would find a damn ROM of this thing. I had finally found a site that had it. It was like most ROM sites, shit ton of obnoxious pop-ups and non-subtle lewd ads. I hit the download button and waited for it to finally download to see if it was legit. I live in a somewhat secluded area in the woods. Nearest neighbor's about a quarter-mile away, so the Wi-Fi isn't that good. So suffice to say, I had to wait a while. While waiting on the site, a pop-up message caught my attention, more so than others. Hey, do you want to get a ligama? Honestly, this caught me off guard. It made me laugh my ass off, more than I would like to admit. I noticed that I had the option to respond to this message, which was kind of strange considering the stuff like this usually just a virus or malware posing as a pop-up. I decided to respond and humor both myself and the person who sent the message. Depends. What is ligama? I chuckled to myself as I awaited a response. I got one not 15 seconds after I had sent my response. Getting excited, I checked his message and read his response. You will learn tonight, winky face. I thought to myself, what the fuck? This himself made no sense. I was either expecting no response or the typical let me balls joke. Not this. As I was thinking this out, my download had finished, so that had quickly slipped my mind as I anticipated to play one of my favorite games again. I booted up the game, and to my frustration / disappointment, it didn't work. After a few minutes of yelling explicitives and throwing various items in my room, I laid down in my bed, exhausted after looking for this game all day. I had forgotten about the weird chat experience and closed my eyes and fell peacefully asleep. I soon dreamed that I was on an island, secluded from all the ugliness in the world. In the center of my dream was a woman named Tessa. Tessa was beautiful. She looked like an angel from the sky. It was strange. She never said her name, but I had just known it as soon as I saw her, even though I had never talked to her. I began making my advances towards her, walking with a hand out, trying to grasp her. It seemed she did the same. However, a thunderbolt struck right between us, right when we were going to touch. Then, the island split in half and we drifted away. However, it was not only mental pain I felt as we drifted further apart from each other. I felt more and more excruciating physical pain. It was like getting kicked in the balls over and over again. I let out a yell of pain, then I woke up to the morning sun. I woke up and felt a bit odd. I didn't know anything for sure, but something was just off. I went for a scratch of my area, and that's when I noticed it. My ball was taken. Not both, just one. It was done perfectly too, with sewing on the edge as of a licensed surgeon had taken it. Obviously, I let out a scream in horror, but then I immediately tried to find out what fucker would do this. Then it hit me, the chat logs. He said tonight, there is no way these two events are not connected. I ran to my computer and to my dismay, the site I was on was no longer there, and neither was the faulty ROM I downloaded. I ran downstairs and saw everything. My window was broken, and right near the window was the break-in method, a medicine ball engulfed in glass. Under it was a note attached. You should have responded to that message in return for the game, which I tucked safely in your mailbox. I have taken your very dear testicles. P.S. Ligma balls. I was shedding tears. All of this bullshit because I responded to a Ligma joke. I began to slowly move towards a mailbox to get my copy of Super Monkey Ball. Moral of this story? Don't respond to these stupid messages, or any messages, on a fishy website, no matter how stupid it seems. We saw them as gods that came from above, feared them, worshipped them, and were betrayed by them. But it took me just one bite to understand why they were slaughtering us. The Church in the Woods by Blake Blizzard. My name is Bo Leaf. I'm an investigative journalist. This is the story that broke me. It broke me into the world of pop culture, and broke me as in stripping my humanity. My story became something of a phenomenon in YouTube's scary story lore. It was my first story that caught the attention of the mainstream. It was also my last. The story reads as a fantastic version of a tired haunted house story. I was surprised at the success due to the fact that it was so hard to believe. I wrote it as it happened, edited my story, and had doubt that anyone would like it, because it was real. Any Hollywood team of writers would kill to have a story like this. They could never come up with what I've seen. This wouldn't fit any script that had been produced so far. Like any good story, I'll start at the beginning. Try to follow me. I wanted to be a police officer since I was a child. I can't really say why. Yes, I wanted to help people. This is at the core of most police hopefuls. Not all, I know, but most. I wanted to be a cop because of Batman. The Dark Knight that's been in the American pop culture since the 1940s. He was cool. He had the ultimate set of gadgets, and he helped the police. I knew at a young age that this was fantasy. I couldn't be Batman, but I could be one of his partners. No, not his butler, or one of his questionable young boy servants. I could be Commissioner Gordon. I could be one of the law enforcement guys Batman helped. The law works within the rules. Batman didn't have to. Back to real life. I worked 5 hard years in a county jail, with no chance of getting to do any kind of actual patrol. I wanted to get outside. Eventually, I found an opportunity in a nearby city to where I worked. Thankfully, I got my dream job as a patrolman, I would follow the footsteps of the American police officer, taking calls and serving the community, serving and protecting. I was on my way to promoting to the commissioner. A strange church in my urban community derailed my life. Day 2 of my field training program introduced me to the Cashier Church. I was being shown around my new city when my FTO, field training officer, asked if I had ever heard of this church on Old Homestead Road. Of course not. I had no idea. I wasn't a resident of the city. I lived nearby, but I had no reason to drive through. This was the rough area, but I liked it. My years inside the jail prepared me for the streets. I felt I needed to be in the action, like most young cops. My FTO drove me to the church. It was like an oasis of gold and hope inside a landscape of depression and destruction. Just a block west, we had Kelly Road, littered with liquor stores and cash for gold type stores. On Old Homestead Road, we had a glorious display of trees, green grass, and a sprawling church that spanned more than 10 house lots. A fence covered the church, but you could see several mysterious structures beyond the trees. There was a display of buildings that looked like the Red Square in Moscow. This was a Russian church after all. A lot of powerful people went to this church. This church in the middle of a run-down urban area in Midwest America. And that was that. I never thought about it for a year. I did okay with the police, but knew it wasn't my true calling. I left to pursue writing. Sorry, Batman. I write for several online newspapers. I write for whoever will take my stories. Public interest to crime reports. This got real old real fast. I was racking my tired brain to try to find the story that was not only interesting to me, but would jump me ahead in the stratosphere of journalism. I was also racking up debt. Takes a unique story for writers these days. I wanted to put my investigative skills to the test and try to get paid for my skills at the same time. One night while driving down Hollywood Boulevard, my new home, I glanced at the Celebrity Scientology Center. The proverbial light bulb shattered over my head. I would go back to that Russian church in the middle of America to see what goes on, if anything. I always knew something was off about that church. First time I saw it, I knew. It was hiding a secret. Being back in the Midwest was a breath of fresh air. No more smog, no more awful traffic, no more fake people. The Midwest is overall friendly, even the more unsavory places. After catching up with my family and friends, having a good couple of nights out, acting like I was back in college, I finally retired to my hotel. I will be here temporarily until I secure a better housing situation. Right now, I'm actually not that concerned about my living situation. I banked a decent amount of coin for my freelance work. I have a great support in my home state to help me with transportation and small stuff I may need, like groceries. Midwest folks are the mid-best. Plus, the Wi-Fi here is banging. I have no worries about getting this story out as fast as possible. A few days later, after some careful networking, I finally found a contact that could get me in to see Father John, the leader of the Church in the Woods. I was set to meet him at noon tomorrow. I have to post his email verbatim. I know this isn't ethical to do by journalism standards because I don't have his permission, but if I don't make it back, I need someone to see this. Father John sent me this. Dear Mr. Leaf, Thank you for your interest in my humble church. I would be more than happy to show you our glorious parish. I will list the date and time at the end of this email. I just ask that you respect and follow the following rules. I have no doubt that a journalist of your integrity will be able to follow my requests. Hope they find you agreeable, and I'm looking forward to our meeting. Number 1. No recording devices. This should go without saying. I have no issue with you writing about our church, but for security of myself and our parishioners, I ask there are no phones or recording devices. Number 2. Follow the instructions of myself, my staff, and whomever else shows themselves to you. This is somewhat of a catch-all to keep you focused on both of our missions. Number 3. If a bell tolls thrice, please exit the area immediately and return to the lawn in front of the most recent door you have entered. Myself or one of my staff members will bring you back in when it's safe. Number 4. This isn't as much of a request as a warning. We may not have what you think of as a traditional art and sculptures that the mainstream Christian church has. Do not stare too long, and do not disturb if they slightly change during your stay. As I've said, this is a unique church. Number 5. Mind the caretaker. As I read the email from Father John, I wasn't concerned or put off at all. I had seen a lot of strange things. I have written about even stranger. But that last rule made me sit up in my cheap recliner in my hotel room. Every rule somewhat explained itself. The last rule was simple. Mind the caretaker. No explanation, no further instruction on what minding the caretaker meant. The end of the email stated the meeting time would be 2:30 in the morning one day from when Father John sent it. Current day is Thursday. That means I would be there in the early mornings of Friday. Friday the 13th at 2:30 a.m. It is fall. The sun disappears around 5 p.m. in these places. It'd be well pitch black at almost 3 in the morning. Why would a father of a Christian church grant me an interview and a walk around at this time? 3 a.m. in the Catholic/Christian faith is not a good time. This is the notorious witching hour. The only time of night openly mocking the death of Jesus, who was killed on the crucifix at 3 p.m. The devil and his demons are supposedly able to walk the earthly realm and contact the living at 3 a.m. to openly terrify Jesus' followers. I was so deep into the story, I had no intention on putting the brakes on. I was invested. This could be the story that finally breaks me into the Pulitzer-winning world. I knew this would be putting me into a risky place, but you have to break some eggs to make an omelet, right? I replied to Father John, "I'll be there," is all I said. I packed my bags. I had plenty of batteries for my recorder. I had a pad of paper, pens, and a hidden cross I didn't want him to see, for some reason. I was shamefully nervous of speaking to this man of God. If anything, I was also scared of this hidden caretaker. The setting. I pull up to the church in the woods in my lift. I grab my bag out of the back and start to thank the driver, but I end up thanking a speeding away car. Just a job for this dude, he was out. The Midwest is usually known for friendly people, as I've said. From my experience on the West Coast, this couldn't be truer. But I momentarily forgot I wasn't in the friendliest part of the Midwest. All that aside, I was now staring at this stunning structure that looked like it was built in the Renaissance era. It doesn't look like it belonged in the middle of a run-down inner city. The walls were huge. They were lightly covering almost every tree in sight. Beyond the fence stretched multiple towers. The ones that have what look like Hershey Kisses on top, like that iconic red square. There was an open gate. I cautiously made my way through. No codes, no locked doors. The voice of God boomed above me. "Mr. Leaf, I presume? Come on in, my friend. The door is open." My heart leaped out of my throat. Looking up, I sheepishly identified a little speaker where the voice came from. Father John, I suspected. A little relieved, I grabbed my bag and walked through. The floor was magnificent marble. The columns were of the same. The ceiling looked like it was gold-plated. What is this place? Dead silence greeted me, save for the echo of every step I took throughout the massive hall. A door could be heard slowly opening, with another set of footsteps approaching. I looked ahead to where I assumed Mass or service took place, and saw a man. I expected a 7-foot Russian man in old Pedrid-type garb. Long brown robes with a rope acting as some kind of belt. I imagined the priest swinging one of those little lanterns that smoke came out of. What I saw was a man smaller than I, in a perfectly normal blue suit. "Bo," he spoke. I tried to catch my words before they came out, but what I think I said sounds something like, hi." Father John laughed, a hearty laugh that didn't match his appearance. He reached a hand out in my direction, and I sheepishly shook it. "It's okay, my friend. I understand on first sights this place can be intimidating. Please, relax. Let me show you around." I laughed and followed him to the main hall. "Thank you for seeing me. I am grateful for this interview." Father John sat down on one of the pews and motioned me to sit. "My pleasure, Bo. Can I call you Bo?" "Of course," I told him. He then went on to briefly summarize his history of owning the property and how his congregation came to find a home here. I sat in silence, writing a few notes down here and there. Even though I brought a recorder, I did not use it per one of the rules I was sent by him. I thought they were kinda silly, but something told me to obey them, now that I was here in his presence. As I was listening to him and asking questions, I swear I was seeing movement in the corner of my eyes. Distracted, I was caught in mid-sentence trying to ask a simple question of the father. He stopped me. "Yes, this is a different kind of church, my son." I pulled my open mouth to a close. I didn't mean to be rude. Father waved a hand dismissively. "It's okay, Bo. I wanted you to be here. You are among friends." A wave of heat started to rise from my stomach. "Sir, may I use the restroom before we continue?" I asked, needing to take a break and regroup. I felt an immediate need to get away for a moment and splash some water on my face. Father John smiled and pointed to our right. "Right that way, Bo. Take all the time you need." I'll never forget the facial expression that stared at me. A slight upturned smile from one side of Father John's face. Looking into the mirror, I berated myself for losing my composure. It's just a normal church, albeit in a strange location. Just get the story and get back to the hotel. I think I already got most of the story I needed. I washed my hands and threw away the paper hand towel I used and exited the bathroom door. What I saw confused me beyond belief. The main hall looked the same, but now bathed in an unsettling red glow, like the light bulbs have all been changed with red ones. A thin layer of smoke coated the ground. Till this day, I'm unsure if I imagined this, or if it was truly real. I could not find my way back to the room I was sitting in with the father. I called out quietly at first, then raised my voice to a shaky yell. No reply from Father John, or any other human. A stairway led up above me. Not thinking straight, I took it. There were maybe 50 steps if I had to guess, but it felt like I was climbing a mountain. The air was getting thin, the elevation was noticeable. When I arrived at the second floor, I had to actually stop and catch my breath. I wasn't in bad shape, but I felt like I had just hiked an intermediate mountain trail. There was only one door in front of me. It was guarded by bars and chains. What the hell was I looking at? I tried to find a window to the outside world to make sure I was not dreaming or losing my mind. No windows, just brick and dirt on the ground? None of this makes sense. A huge bang greeted me from behind the door. I told you to mind the caretaker. A deep voice boomed overhead. I almost fell on my ass from the shock. What? Hello? I yelled in an embarrassing higher tone of voice I would have liked. He's going to come out now. I scrambled to find the stairs, which seems to have disappeared completely. I felt like Shaggy and Scooby when they do that run-in-place thing when they get scared. Who is coming? What is this? Why is this happening? I didn't want to find out. I somehow spotted a stairway leading down to the first floor. When I finally reached the landing, I was met with one long hallway. Doors appeared on either side for what looked like over a mile. Footsteps were following me down those stairs. Chains were dragging. Visions of murder and blood entered my fragile mind. Thoroughly terrified and panicked, I shamefully collapsed. I didn't lose consciousness, but I could not move. The steps were coming closer. The caretaker was going to take me. For what reason? I do not know. At that moment, a church bell tolled 3 times. This sound shook the foundation and my mind. With a new zest inquired, I popped up to my feet and picked a random direction and sprinted. Everything went dark. I saw flashes of gremlins, goblins, and statues that definitely did not belong in a Catholic church. The darkness lifted. Seconds before a wooden door appeared, I was still going full speed. I crashed through the door, tumbling to the outside world. I was on the front lawn of the church. I felt my brow. A warm liquid coated my fingers. Just a little blood, thankfully. The rules stated that if the bell tolls thrice, go outside and wait for Father John or staff to come and retrieve you to go back inside. Not a freaking chance, I thought. I didn't have my phone or the bag I brought, but I could care less. I left that place like my life depended on it. Luckily, I did have my wallet and my ID. I didn't have my hotel key. It was in my bag for some dumb reason. But the clerk knew I had taken a room out there just the night before. My laptop was still in my room. Small victory there. I'm writing this now to warn anyone that's listening. Do not check this place out. This isn't a joke story. This isn't some lame attempt to gain followers or get views. The church in the woods does not need more attention. The father closed the storybook and he vanished from existence. The father read the final sentence in a dread-filled stammer, tearfully looking at his petrified daughter as he struggled to stop his hands from shutting the book. You better watch out, not cry or pout, and I'll tell you why. Santa Claus is coming to town, and his sack can fit many children. The room next door is haunted by a Christmas spirit. I'm Screaming. By Scaly Annihilator. My friend and I saw a ghost. I know, but there's no other way to explain what we saw. It happened this Saturday, just at the halls of the residence where we live. It's early afternoon and my bags are packed. I'd be gone already, but I can't get a lift until tomorrow. The other students have left, and the place has fallen eerily quiet. There's only me and my mate Ben in the whole building. At least, that's what I thought, because I'm hearing scuffling noises coming from the room next to mine. It's Adam's room, in between mine and Ben's. I thought he'd gone as well. I mean, I overheard him on the phone during the week, and it was pretty clear he was going to be leaving on Friday. In fact, yesterday tea time I heard him lock the door and go. It's been silent since then. Until now, that is. So I'm guessing he's still in? So I'm laying on the bed and staring at the ceiling, listening to those noises, which come and go. But they're not the noises Adam usually makes, like a trip to the bathroom or preparing food. They're sort of slow pacing, long periods of silence, then slow, ominous creaking of floorboards. I decided to take a nap, but just as I dropped off, I snapped awake with the impression that I had been hearing whispering in my ear. There's an evil idea in my head, and I exchanged messages with Ben. We're going to play a prank on Adam. It's nighttime. There's an air vent leading from my room into Adam's, and another one between Adam's and Ben's. Ben places his phone between the slats of his air vent, and I feed a long net curtain wire into Adam's room. The other end of the wire touches the sleeping Adam, and he freaks out. Footsteps go thundering towards the light switch, and I withdraw the wire. I sit in front of my laptop and enjoy the spectacle, courtesy of the live feed from Ben's phone. I'm wondering why Adam has put his bedsheet over his head. He walked towards the other air vent and stops for a while. Then he turns to face the wall next to my room and walks towards it. Then he walks straight through it. I leaped up from my chair and stared at the wall, expecting him to come through, but nothing emerges. Adam's room is empty. I unlock the door and run out into the hallway. Ben's standing outside his room, looking as shocked as I am. It's Sunday, and we confessed our crimes to another student, who points out our crime is not possible to pull off, because of the configuration of the air vents. We can't prove otherwise because Ben's camera recorded no images. However, it did record some audio. When the specter stood facing Ben's air vent, the audio picked up a raspy-sounding voice. It said, "Merry Christmas." 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was breathing, from a child to a spouse. The Annual Office Holiday Party by Fireside Chats 451. Jody stood watching the office holiday party with a cup of punch and a sneer. No one talked to her, and that was the way she liked it. Her eyes slid over the crowd, feeding away knowledge. Debbie was throwing herself at Stephen again. The girl really was pathetic. Rod was going on and on about his golf swing. You could see poor Fred falling asleep on his feet listening. And then... hello? Who was that? A tall woman was talking to Diana, her back to Jody. Who in the office had long brown hair and wore gray pencil skirts? Jody narrowed her eyes. Had someone from another department come down to schmooze? Did their manager know? Jody doubted it. Well, whoever their manager was, they were about to find out. As stealthy as she could manage in heels, Jody wandered around her coworkers, trying to keep an eye on the mysterious stranger. But just when she was about to reach them, Brad waddled his fat ass in between. "Excuse me," he huffed as he slid past. "Excuse me." By the time he was gone, the stranger had disappeared. Undeterred, Jody rose to her tippy toes and scanned the crowd. There, in the back, hanging towards the hallway. Jody scrambled off, using a few well-placed elbows to get through the packed space. To her dismay, the hallway was empty. How was this stranger moving so fast? Glancing around, she just managed to catch the sight of the stairwell door before it clicked shut. Bingo. Jody power-walked to the stairwell and yanked it open. No one in sight, but she heard the distant sound of footsteps leaning down. With self-righteousness swelling in her chest, Jody followed. She tried to move as quickly as possible, but the stranger was always a floor ahead. Down they went, ground floor, garage, basement, and then finally, the sub-basement. Jody's feet ached by the time they reached the last door, but the triumph dulled the pain. The sub-basement was storage only. There was no escape for the mysterious stranger. Jody headed inside. The lights were dim, many bulbs burnt out. Dozens of box-bearing shelves stretched in all directions. Jody started forward cautiously, looking around for the stranger. Behind her, the lock clicked. Jody whirled around and stared in horror. The brown-haired woman in the gray pencil skirt faced her, except she had no face. As Jody watched, the blank skin filled out, mouth and eyelids opened in the flesh, familiar features emerging. Soon, Jody met the eyes of her mirror image. "Merry Christmas," Faux Jody said. Its arms swung out, too long, the crowbar in hand slamming into Jody's temple. Jody crumpled, darkness dancing in front of her eyes. The faux Jody knelt and began taking her shoes. "Why?" Jody managed as the blood poured from her head. Faux Jody gave her a pity look. "You've been made redundant," she said. Jody knew no more. When the young kid posted a video of him threatening an elf on the shelf, he found hilarious to see hundreds of people with elf profile pictures saying, "Get ready for war." What he didn't find funny was when one of them posted all of his personal details and said, "We will strike at midnight." Santa's Little Helper by Shadow Scribe. There's a reason your parents want you sound asleep when Santa comes to the house. There's a reason it's even mentioned in Christmas songs. It's because Santa is not the one who comes to your house on Christmas Eve. Santa's not the one that leaves the presents. He's not the one who eats the cookies or fills the stockings. He's not the one in the red outfit who crawls down your chimney. Santa's the one who makes the toys. Someone, something else delivers them. How else do you think he does it? One man, one fat, out-of-shape man rounding the world in one night? Impossible. He could never do it without help. I know because I've seen it. One Christmas Eve, long after my parents had gone to bed, long after they had given their warnings, my brother and I crept out of our room to investigate. My brother was 3 years younger than me, barely 4 years old, and it was a challenge keeping him quiet as we kept vigil at the top of the stairs. We had a clear line of sight to the Christmas tree, but we managed to be relevantly hidden behind the railing in the unlit hallway. And sometime, after an eternity of waiting, we heard something coming. Something slithering down the chimney. Not quite a man, not quite a snake. 2 pairs of arms, thin and muscular. Shiny, neon lizard yellow eyes, a flashy row of sharpened needle teeth. Something on top of its head too spiky to be hair, and too pliable to be bone. It moved fast, quickly sliding around the tree and placing the presents. With multiple arms, it could eat the cookies we left out, drink the milk, and still stack packages. I was old enough to be horrified by its molted gray skin and fiendish fangs, but my little brother was too young to be afraid. "Santa!" he called out, recognizing only the uniform. I tried to hush and grab him, but he was already awkwardly making his way down the stairs, arms outstretched, smile on his face, while I stayed wrapped in the shadow. I know why your parents don't want you up when Santa comes to the house. I know why Santa's outfit is red. I know cookies aren't Santa's favorite snack. I used to have a brother, but after that Christmas, I'm the only one who remembers him, barely. And now, even his name escapes me. If you want a truly Merry Christmas, be sure you're asleep when he arrives. and don't fake it. He knows when you're awake. Silent night, holy night. All was calm as the tree became a light. The Visitor by Decorative Gentleman. 'Twas the night before Christmas when all through the house all my family were hiding from child to spouse. All the skins were hung by the chimney to dry, as quiet St. Nicholas whittled a thigh. My girl, Elle, was weeping through muffled hands, while blood in her hair made a mess of the strands. And Liv, catatonic, and I, with my dread, we watched through a crack in the floor overhead. When into our crawl space there seeped yet more splatter. Adult or child? Oh, I pray not the latter. Away from the blood flow, I sheltered my girl, while Liv, my dear wife, her lips started to curl. The scant light above cast a troubling sight. Liv's face wet with crimson, her teeth slivered white. When what to my tearful eyes should appear but a rictus maniacal spread ear to ear. I shuddered to see it while swallowing sick. That's the grin of the elves, the thrall of Saint Nick. As stiff as a coffin, she whispered an oath. We shuddered to hear it, my Elle and I both. Now hiding, now weeping, now peeping and staying, for soon seeking, soon screaming, soon tearing and flaying. From the gentlest peal to a bestial maul, now grip away, rip away, strip away all. Liv tore at her face with all 10 fingernails, like carotene pilgrims on the sanguineous trail. She dug at the flesh to the bone of her cheek and hung her jaw slack for an ear-splitting shriek. And then, with a clangor I heard up above, the floorboards were wrenched by a glistening glove, as I shielded sweet Elle from the splittering rain. Down his hand came, gripping us, wrenching again. Dread St. Nicholas raps with his guttural breath, wearing flesh rags and pates, a grim patchwork of death. And strewn on the floor were his blades and hooks, while a tinsel of entrails festooned all the nooks. While his face was cherubic, his chubby cheeks pink, while his small pitted eyes sunken like lesions of ink. His saccharine features, a porcelain mask. What horrors it hid, I knew never to ask. A stump of arm he held firm around the wrist, and the skin he shrugged off with a sickening twist. A piece of a girl, our poor stand-in for Elle, who now stood and shook tense as vitreous jelly, and the hole in the floor looked a ruinous view. Now the home to a thing, not the Livy I knew. I knew I had been naughty, the fraud and the graft. I pilfered an orphanage, such was my craft. I knew he'd be coming, that monster Saint Nick. So I plotted and schemed and devised one more trick. The bodies we left should have brought us reprieve, a family of carolers out Christmas Eve. We offered a wessel with morphine and spice, a merciful tender, not naughty, but nice. But St. Nicholas spoke with a voice razor thin. You can hide from my presence. It won't save your skin. I saw Mommy kissing Santa Claus under the mistletoe last night. Daddy saw, and now he's serving 15 to 20 years. Santa's Debt Collector by D.W. Dance Lover 24. When I was a child, I remember experiencing something very strange at Christmas time. It all began a week before Christmas Eve. I was 9 years old at the time, and I was very excited for Santa to come in a week and leave me all kinds of goodies. That year, I remembered I really wanted a remote control helicopter, and I asked my mom if she thought Santa would be bringing me one while she was tucking me into bed. She just laughed and said, "You'll just have to wait and see. Now go to sleep. You have school tomorrow." I don't remember when I nodded off, but the next thing I do remember was waking up because of a loud noise. My room was mostly dark when I woke up, some of it being illuminated by the moon. As I sat up in bed to try and look around my room to figure out where the noise had come from, I realized it was strangely cold in my room, despite it being winter. Then, that's when I saw it, standing there in my room a few feet away from my bed. Some type of creature. It had a human shape, but it was off in some way. It appeared very gangly, and was so thin I could have been a skeleton. Its flesh was white and was splotched with something in a greeny brown color, maybe mold. It had a very sparse but long beard and piercing blue eyes. It was wearing what looked like a Santa suit, but it was old and worn and was stained all over. When it spoke to me, I noticed its teeth were yellow and rotted, and a foul odor smelling of something rotting came from its mouth. "Don't scream," it said in a raspy old man's voice. Who are you?" I stammered. "Me? I work for Santa. I'm his debt collector." "What? I never heard of you." "Do you think all those shiny new toys are free? They all come at some cost, and I've come to collect it." "How come I've never seen you before then?" "You were too young to still help to pay back the price. But now you're old enough." "But I don't have any money. I'm just a kid." "Don't worry about that," he chuckled. "I don't look for money as payment, because I can never be seen by adults. Payment is collected in other forms. I will come back one night soon before Christmas Eve to get my payment from you. If I don't get my payment, Santa won't come. Are we clear?" He said straight in my face. "Yes," I gulped. "Good," it said while backing away as an ominous grin spread across his face. Then, almost magically, it was morning. I wasn't sure if what I had witnessed was a dream until I was getting out of bed and noticed a strange muddy footprints on my carpet. That day at school, I couldn't concentrate on any of my classes. I was worried about when it would come back and what it would want as a payment. It had never actually told me what the payment would be. So all day I was agonizing over it, terrified that I wouldn't have any presents on Christmas morning. At lunch, my friend Bill had asked me what was wrong. I got excited because he was the same age as me, so maybe Santa's debt collector had visited Bill and remembered to tell him what the payment would be. So I told Bill everything that happened the previous night, asking him if he was also visited by the debt collector and if he knew what the payment was. Bill just laughed and said, "That's a funny story. There's no such thing as a Santa's debt collector." I froze as a feeling of horror and ice washed over me. Had I just dreamed it all? I thought to myself, yeah, probably. But wait, what about those footprints on the carpet? Maybe the debt collector doesn't think Bill's old enough yet and hasn't visited him? Or am I just being crazy and I didn't just dream it all up? I know, when I get home, I'll ask Mom. She'd know because she would have gotten visited by him when she was a kid. So, as soon as I got home that day, I told all of what happened to my mom and asked her if it was real, and if so, when would he come back and what the payment was. "Oh, sweetie," she said as she put her hand on my arm, "there's no such thing as a Santa debt collector. It was probably all just a dream. Now you go to your room to start your homework, and I'll bring up a snack in a few minutes." So I figured she was right, and I had just dreamt the whole thing up. I went up to my room and started my homework. And when I saw the muddy footprints, I decided they were from me, and I forgot I had made them or just didn't notice when I did. Up until this day, I had completely forgotten about the whole incident. That was up until today, when my daughter asked me if Santa's debt collector was real. On the inside, I felt the same feeling of horror and ice wash back over me as I suddenly remembered the whole thing. But I told her not to worry about it. I have no clue why it never came back all those years ago, and why now it is. Maybe because I told my mom, and it said it could never be seen by an adult. So maybe since my daughter told me, and I'm an adult now, she'll be safe. Or maybe since it visited me and never came back, that doesn't matter. I don't know. What I do know is that I'll be ready this time, and I'll be watching every night in my daughter's room up until Christmas Day to make sure it doesn't come back. And that if it does, my daughter is safe. The Smith family had a special guest for Christmas Eve. No one ever saw them after that night when Krampus came for dinner. The weight on top of me was immense as I slowly crawled along the ground. I cannot remember how long I've been trapped at the bottom of the ocean, but I know that eventually I will finally reach land. Hitchhiker's Haven by Michael Page. My name is Noah Riley, and I like to burn things. It all started when I was 9, after my parents separated. Custody was granted to my mother since my father had taken the opportunity to jump ship, probably to start a new family with that twat he had an affair with. It took my mother less than a year to catch another man's fancy. One that went from boyfriend to fiancé in record time. My new stepfather had no interest in children. The longer they were together, the more my mother focused on staying away from her son to keeping her new love plump and happy. Having no friends at school and no desire to be home, I often wandered aimlessly. I enjoyed fine anthills and reflecting the sunlight with my chipped magnifying glass, burying them until their little bodies went pop. Sometimes the head survived. It was on a day like that, on my way back home, that I found a tiny, discarded box at the park. 5 little matches were inside. I struck one, just like they do in the movies. The small tongue of a flame amused me. It was a nice, tingling feeling. I used 2 matches on 2 separate days that week, burning chunks of printer paper in the backyard. It helped me feel better when the day got hard, as though I was burning that day away. Good riddance. God knows I couldn't turn to my mother. Her thoughts were away somewhere else, a place where I didn't matter. Of course, when I used the last match on her new carpet, it caught her attention. She forced me to attend a treatment program for young fire starters. It didn't come home with me. It was 2, maybe 3 a.m. on a Tuesday when I cut across the vacant parking lot, every step as fugitive as possible. I was 18 then. My eyes were locked on the target, a large industrial bin situated outside of a construction site. Impregnating its big red body was an overflow of trash that had accumulated over the week. Perfect, I had thought when I spotted it the night before. Simply perfect. Not far from home, but not too close either. I ducked behind the bin, a deep exhale seeping out of my lungs. What a thrill! Like a buried seed deep inside myself finally cracking open. For years, I cultivated that seed. Even as a young boy, I'd burn broken toys or I'd toss a firecracker in a mailbox. Never once caught, mind you. The only good that came out of middle school for me was learning how to make a flamethrower. All you need was a can of aerosol spray and a lighter. A discovery that led to permanent scar over my left eye, and a lack of eyebrows. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Pulling a white container out of my jacket, I squeezed an arc of colorless liquid over the bin's contents. I circled the red rectangular body 4 times, soaking as much of the compacted waste as possible. Then, the coup de grace. I pulled out a box of matches from my jacket. I ignited one of them on the strike and couldn't help but take a moment to appreciate it. How the small flame swelled and danced in the air. With a sharp flick of my finger, I tossed the flame into the marinated pile. There was a whoosh, followed by a burst of light. The fire erupted out of the throat in a borealis of orange and yellow. I was in awe, mentally fixated by the glowing kindle, the deep, crackling sounds, the new scents scarring the air. At that moment, I knew what true pleasure felt like. Unfortunately for me, the pleasure would be short-lived. While mesmerized by my creation, I had failed to notice a different set of lights pulling up behind me. On the ground, hands where I can see them. 2 officers approached, their weapons drawn. I followed their orders. It was too late to run. My head was pressed firmly against the asphalt, my wrists choked with handcuffs. Still, I did not allow the dancing embers to leave my eyes. I was given 6 years, 4 in prison and 2 on supervised license. My first cellmate was tall, bald, somewhere in his 30s, and missing an eye. The glass eye he once had was confiscated after he was caught trying to smuggle in illegal substance within the socket. He called it his secret pocket. It was evident that I had never done time before, and he took it upon himself to show me some tricks of the trade. Cellmates I would have down the road were never as eccentric, but thankfully not problematic. The doors unlocked every morning at 7:45. I was kept from kitchen duty and only given tasks that didn't include fire. Most of the time, laundry service or warehouse duty. The day-to-day jobs were menial and mundane, but better than staying in a cell with the dullness gnawing at your skull. Nights were the most difficult. Sleep felt like an entirely different span of existence. I could only sit there, listening to the echoing footsteps, the awful snoring from the top bunk, and the hysterical wails from the psych unit. But those weren't what kept my thoughts so active. It was the withdrawal. I'd have killed to see that blaze again. How it swelled like a fury cloud. How it whipped tendrils of smoke into the air. Instead, I was trapped, shivering and dribbling with sweat, begging for the same release. On the day I was discharged, they sent me on my way with $75 in my pocket. The sky never looked so blue that day. Finding a job can be difficult for anyone, but for an ex-con, it was close to impossible unless you had connections. Give that ex-con a scar above his eye and no left eyebrows, and they may as well be hiring Freddy fucking Krueger. I answered countless ads, collected heaps of applications, and rewrote my resume dozens of times to make it look decent enough. But no amount of polish could soften the blow of the question. Have you ever been convicted of a crime? Check no to be considered. Check yes to be tossed into the furnace. There was the deal breaker. Don't call us, we'll call you. Freedom is good, but it wasn't long before I realized that the sentence didn't end when the gates opened. Despite the stigmatizing cross I was forced to bear, there were always silver linings. When your brain must adapt to years inside a barred-up box, it finds any hopeful prospect to cling to. My mother had left me her apartment and winning lemon of a car. Every room smelled like musty perfume fused with old candle wax. The bed was painfully hard and springy. The ever-building worry rolled around inside me, like a pocket of gas trapped inside a piece of coal. Just one light. Only one small piece of charred paper in a parking lot would be enough to get me through the week. Still, I resisted the urges. I'd successfully endured it for years now, thanks to time and a lot of behavior therapy. Whenever the seeds started to burn, I knew how to extinguish the flare. Miraculously, I was finally able to land an interview. The hiring position was for a graveyard shift at the Hitchhiker's Haven, a family-owned gas station run by a man named Burnett Crawford. I rehearsed the interview dozens of times, drawing upon every possible question I'd be asked and a golden answer to counter them. Hitchhiker's Haven sat along a rural stretch of road between Redmond and Sisters, the two closest towns for miles. Rolling green hills and farmland pastures surrounded it. The faded blue peaks of Cascades were outlined in the distance like paintings. I met with Crawford, who insisted on being called Ben. This man was no grease monkey, which is what I had envisioned a gas station owner to be. His deep-set eyes were green and placid. The wide Cheshire grin he wore throughout the meeting didn't waver. "I'm sorry for this," Ben started, which made my heart begin to sink. "But I have to ask you, what landed you in the iron pin?" The question was inevitable, but still startling. I bit the inside of my cheek. "Third-degree arson, sir." Ben's genuine, betallific expression didn't fade. "Try to burn down your last boss's house to the ground, eh?" I rolled my shoulders back. "No, sir, I never do anything like that." But after what he said to me, I knew I could never work for him again. "What did he say?" "You're fired." Ben suddenly looked surprised, and then chuckled at my joke. "I'll give you a pass on that one. If there's one thing I respect in a man, it's a sense of humor." The interview shortly ended after that, and we both shook hands. "I like you, Noah. You have a nice light to you, be it in the demeanor you carry, or the cheeky tongue of yours. I feel you'd be a good fit for us. So, what do you say? Want the job?" I blinked and almost blurted out, "Abso-fucking-lutely," but instead settled on, "Yes, sir." Then came the question I had spent sleepless nights waiting for. "When can you start?" "The sooner, the better, boss." My first night shift started that evening at 10. Outside, the metal canopy loomed over the pumps, bathed the lot in a fluorescent green glow. It was eerie, like a ghostly light guiding you from the dark stretch of road to an isolated gas station. Why Ben chose that color was beyond me. Not a very inviting glow for hitchhikers. I was given my uniform, a gray short-sleeved shirt with HH printed in bold, lining perfectly over the left tit. Each aisle was 4 feet wide, angled in a grid formation across the interior. Not as big as the competitors, but just as convenient. Each of the multiple side racks was stacked with assorted products from chips and candy to on-the-road vehicle supplies and accessories. LED cooler doors lined the wall across from the register, filled with their assortment of drinks. A plastic mat rested on the counter, designed like a mat of Deschutes County. Dominating the counter space was a box of jawbreakers, a small stand of keychains, and a rack of colorful lighters I knew I'd have to ignore. Ben's grand tour lasted 30 minutes. We went over the nightly responsibilities: operate the register, restock shelves and coolers, replace the bags in the outdoor ice machine, and managing a clean workspace. "So," Ben said with a slanted look in his eye, "think you can manage something like this?" I gestured to my notes. "I'll be alright." "Good," he said, which quickly melted into a rheumatic expression. "Given your history, I should hope you aren't one of the crazies. I raised a non-existing eyebrow. What do you mean? The workers I hire for night shift are good most of the time, but once in a while, you'll get one of the crazies. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the tales people try to sell me here. Either way, here's to hoping, son. His face held the vague nuance that there was more to say, but instead, he nodded goodbye and left for a good night's sleep. Hours into my shift, at roughly 3 in the morning, a set of headlights slid off the road and into the lot. 4 young silhouettes sauntered inside. None of them could have been more than 17 or 18. One of the teens, a gangly-looking one who wore his hair like young Kurt Cobain, led the quartet into the snack aisle. Periodically, a few of them erupted into a distinct, high-pitched squeal of laughter, like a pack of hyenas. Each of them grabbed a stash of junk food and formed a mountain on the counter. Cobain covered the bill, his pupils as big as hockey pucks. Something about his glazed, absent-minded expression filled me with a bittersweet nostalgia. I thought about the old days, when life felt so much larger than a box. Then I thought about the industrial bin and its beautiful fire spewing out of its melting gullet. Then I stopped myself. The other nights that week went precisely as I had pictured it. Slow and dead. A few faces would occasionally pop in and out, but for the rest of the time, Hitchhiker's Haven was a ghost lot dipped in green. I didn't mind the boredom. The pay here was good. The confinement coldly familiar. I felt like a member of society again. Like the word convict was no longer seared into my forehead. But night owl or not, the weight of deprivation fell heavy on me. Which is what happens when one fucks with the circadian clock. To counteract the drowsiness, I often retraced all the items on the to-do list just to keep my thoughts occupied. Clean. Check inventory stocks. Clean again. I scoured online for survival tips, ate healthier meals, sometimes, and double caffeine became my new god. Then, during one of those nights, it started to rain. Despite the forecast never mentioning a late-night shower, nor there being a speck of humidity in the air, the rain thrumbled harshly against the windows and spilled over the canopy in small waterfalls. The automatic door slid open and a person inched their way inside. They were wearing a faded blue jacket with the hood pulled down, and their hands shoved in their pockets. They walked with a stiff gait, squeaking their wet shoes along the tiles to the register. Beneath their hood, a white face stared at me, or rather, the suggestion of a face. A vague nose, no mouth whatsoever, and a faint depressions where eyes should be. A creepy, nondescriptive mask. Any minute now, I'm going to have a gun shoved in my face. Any minute now, I thought, unable to hide my apprehension in my face. The person raised one of their equally pale hands from their pockets, dropped change on the plastic mat, and reached for the box of jawbreakers. Their white, rigid fingers curved and almost seemed to lock as they lifted it out of the plastic wrapper. The bundle of wet quarters and pennies he had left for me glittered from the overhead lights. The exact change for a jawbreaker. His candy in hand, he turned around and walked stiffly back to the door, retracing every water print. When the door slid closed behind him, his vague outline passed between the green-tinged pumps and sank into the night's dark pinnacle. I let out an eased breath, thankful he hadn't whipped a gun out from his pocket and demanded everything from the register. But that didn't explain the mask. Why wear something like that if you weren't going to rob the place? As I sat there and pondered on it, I realized then the rain had ceased. It wasn't difficult to get my bearings back for the rest of the shift. In prison, you saw all kinds of weird shit, and the craziness to go along with it. Was that what Ben had warned me about? I shrugged the thought. Every nocturnal job had its share of freaks waiting for the sun to go down. Why would a lonesome gas station be any different? Whatever the case, I was confident I could stomach what Hitchhiker's Haven threw at me. I'd hope so anyway. During another particularly dead hour with no customers, I busied myself with a second round of cleaning everything in sight. It was either that or watch the coffee dribble into the pot. I moved the plastic mat off the counter, realizing I had never cleared the dust beneath it. Something was written into the countertop, carved by way of a knife into the surface. Don't talk to it. I ran a finger along the deep grooves of the message, or rather, the warning. A week of normality passed before the next downpour. I was ringing up a few items, Advil, and 5-hour energy shots for a red-eyed trucker. Together, we both heard the muffled applause of the rain on the roof. Ah, shit, the man whined, scrunching up his lip hair. You sell umbrellas too? I shook my head. Sorry. He huffed and eyed the watery skim that dribbled down the windows. Bullshit weather! You can't predict them, can you? He took his things and beelined towards the semi, veering back to the dark stretch of road. Once he left, the doors glided open once again. A faded blue jacket stepped inside, the same man from before. He approached the front desk, one firm step at a time. A pungent whiff of damp clothes wafted off of him, soaking wet again from the rain. Echoing the first time, his pale hand left his pocket and rested the wet change on the mat. Beneath his hood, the featureless face poked out, a sheer of light on his moist, non-existent expression. The same mask as before. Water dribbled off of his fingers as he dropped the change, plucking out another jawbreaker and returning to the exit. Transparent footsteps trailing behind him. After that, the gray haze of boredom that once fogged the night shift was gone. Whether it was 1 week or every other week, the man always appeared. He'd solder inside completely waterlogged, leave the exact change, and take a jawbreaker. Always a jawbreaker. The way he walked was especially strange to me, almost lifeless. Not in the undead sense, but more akin to a sleepwalker. As bizarre as it was, the man wasn't especially difficult to deal with. Strange, yes, but not at all a hassle. In a minute, he'd walk in and then back to the heavy rain, returning to God knows where. Congratulations, Ben. You found yourself a regular customer. In addition to the already weird repetition of it all, there was something else I couldn't explain. Moments before the man arrived, on the dot, it would always rain. No matter how bone dry it was prior, the storm would come suddenly and hard, only stopping after he left. Sometimes in a minute, other times in 20. Too often for coincidence, but too crazily timed to be sane. Every so often, I lift the mat and stare at the words chiseled into the counter. Don't talk to it. Probably left by one of the last graveyard workers here. One of the crazies, as Ben put it. There were no doubts talking about Mr. No-Face, though calling him it seemed too dramatic. He must have really got to them. But a job was a job, and in my position, I was not adept for many preferences. I do what it takes to keep it. It wasn't long for the rain to come back harder than ever. The gas station's exterior moaned as the wind howled in an almost whisper through the side doors. Without fail, the man walked in with his rigid gait, drenched. But when he reached the register, there was no change out of his pocket or jawbreaker picked out of the box. This time was different, astray from the usual routine. He balled his rigid white fingers into a tight fist and slammed it against the plastic mat. Bam! The force shook the counter's flat surface and vibrated the register. The countertop's merchandise shivered in their display. One of the keychains fell from their stand, a gray cat winking at me. Before I could react, the ashen-toned fist rose again and fiercely dropped. Bam! The stand of lighters toppled onto my side of the counter, their transparent bodies scattering near my feet. Then, from the still, plaster wall face, a hollow voice spoke out that left a sharp ring in the air, as though it was made of glass. Would you like to see my face? What? The words blurred out of me, too late to reel back in. I was caught off guard, not expecting a question, let alone a sudden tantrum to come from him. At that moment, I had broken the golden rule of the hitchhiker's haven, carved gravely into its bedrock. The man stood there only a moment longer before the parts of his blank face began to move. His pale cheeks, the vague nose, both eye depressions, extending outwards, moving aside like an insect's plaited skin. Beneath them, a gaping space sank inwards like a tunnel, its walls layered and glistening with twitching blackish mold. A never-ending throat where white fragments of light pulsated like trapped stars. My eyes went vacant. I couldn't stop staring at them. A sense of distress raced down my spine. I could feel the cords of my neck straining to make me turn my head, but it wouldn't budge. The lights within the mildew void glimmered in rich, beckoning textures, a universe of deep colors that wanted me, every thought, every particle of myself, and for a moment, I felt myself starting to sink into its depths. But something kept me tethered, something starved and soaked in kerosene. I managed to tear my eyes away, grabbed a lighter, and pulled a can of aerosol from one of the cabinets. Without thinking, I flicked on the small flame and pressed a finger on the can. A bright jet of orange reached out and fluttered over the cavernous pitch of its face. Whatever hellish material it was made out of caught immediately. Fire smothered its head and latched onto its faded jacket. It floundered backwards, batting fruitlessly at the spreading flames. No scream came from it, but an awful, high-pitched ringing was stabbing my ears. Thunder bellowed outside in an all-relating rumble. It toppled over one of the aisles, lighting up all the bags and product around it. Acrid, burning odors filled the air, and immediately, the hint of a smile crept up my lips. The rising smoke reached the fire sprinklers and set them off. The water ejected out of their flower-shaped heads and soaked the whole area. As the flames dampened, the blackened figure got back to its feet and hobbled through the exit. I moved to chase after it, but by the time I stepped outside, it was gone, evaporated with the pouring rain. Tried as I have, there is no coming to terms with what had transpired that night, or whatever demented thing I had seen. It made my brain feel loose, slowly teetering between total numbness and manic episode. Burnett Crawford did not believe me, nor did I expect him to, and did not hesitate to press charges for the damages. In the span of a single night, I joined the ranks in his books of crazies. Given my track record, I was labeled as a repeat offender, a new title for the pyromaniac. The hearing will be sometime next week, and until then, I can only wait until the gavel comes down. I still dream about those colors sometimes, like they are still imprinted somewhere in my consciousness, beckoning for me to go back there. Whatever it is they wanted from me, they were still calling. Will the next person Ben hires see the man with no face, or will it bide its time waiting for the right stiff to pop the question to, "Would you like to see my face?" Yes, show me your face, show me those colors, so that I can burn them all again. Hitchhiker's Haven will go up in smoke when I'm through with it. Then, where will you go? Wherever it is, I'm sure it will be raining. She was so sweet, charming, empathetic, caring, loving. Just a truly amazing human being. As she twisted the knife in my back, I finally see through her act. "You fucking psycho sadist!" the man screamed at his torturer. "Masochist!" the other man gleefully corrected, as he freed his captive and handed him a barbed bat. The Devil Runs a Restaurant in Ireland by Sugar Soda. You're probably reading this and thinking, I'm batshit crazy, and will retort with the Tooth Fairy runs a dry cleaner in Istanbul. But honestly, it's a well-known fact that he runs a small little restaurant in Ireland. No one is exactly sure when it originally opened, as most of the locals are claiming that they have been going there since they were children. Most of us agree that it happened in 2000. The restaurant is called The Swift, and is in a town called Virginia. From the outside, it looks like a dilapidated building that is on the brink of falling apart. On the inside, it looks like one of the world's best fine dining restaurants. The devil is actually quite down to earth and usually greets every new customer at the door with a hearty smile and a handshake. Most customers are a bit standoffish with him, but he quickly wins them over. Most of the locals have worked there as teenagers, as it was a decent wage, and you got treated fairly. The devil would always look out for any of his employees and would treat them as family. I remember a couple of incidents where I realized that it was not a good idea to piss off the devil. The first incident was one of the girls, Mary, came in with a black eye. We all knew that her boyfriend Darren was an asshole, but we didn't realize that he was hitting her. I could practically see the steam raising from the devil as he found out what happened. Darren disappeared later that day, with the only evidence being a small, smoldering burn in his house. No one missed him when he was gone. The other incident was the reason that all of the locals loved the devil. There was a little old lady named Miss Smith, who was in her 80s, who would frequent the restaurant. The devil would always give her the best table and refuse her money when she tried to pay. One day she came in weeping, and we all rushed to see if she was okay. We found out that someone had broken into her home and stolen all of her jewelry. She had tried to report it to the police, but they were unable to do anything about it. We all had our suspicions about who robbed her, as the Donnelly brothers were notorious for pulling shit like this. 2 days later, their remains were found spread across a 5-mile radius in dozens of locations. The local police tried to interview the devil, but all of the locals claimed to have seen him working at the time. Their deaths were later ruled an accident, as the lead detective used to work for the devil. Everyone claimed that justice was served, and Miss Smith got her jewelry back. You should never judge a book by its cover, as you never know what a person is actually like.
Pryor, you idiot! The lead surgeon screamed at me on my first day. Jeez, fine, alright. I cowered while administering the painkiller about halfway through the liver transplant.
The Old Magician's Hat by Cryptic Wanderer. The year came and went to Karen's delight. She watched as the first flakes fell in the night. He promised they would come back again someday. That silly snowman who had to go away. She gathered her friends who were just as delighted. Then they ran for the train station completely excited. The sign up above said no more were expected, but as they walked back home, they were corrected. The magical train sent by Santa himself chugged its way down the line, drove by an elf. The children all shouted because they could see the snowman himself, their old friend Frosty. "Happy birthday," he yelled as they ran up to greet him, but Josh ran too fast, trying to beat them. He tripped on his laces that were always untied. "Oh no, stop the train!" everyone cried. Alas, it was too late for that poor young boy. His body lay limply, like that of a toy. "Give me your hat," little Karen demanded, and Frosty changed back once the garment was handed. They watched and they waited as the minutes trickled by.
They couldn't stop crying from seeing Josh die. The magic of the hat was doing no good, so they all turned to leave, then stopped where they stood. Happy birthday, a voice came from behind, and a look of terror took over when they turned to find Josh was still dead, his body was mangled, but it didn't stop him from rising, then Charlie was strangled. Josh ripped the flesh from his former friend's face, and when he was dead, he rose in his place. As 2 turned into 4, turned to 6, and then to 10, the children turned their sights on both women and men. When the carolers noticed and turned to run home, they tripped and got tangled like hair in a comb. The creatures were on them as quickly as a flash. Their songs turned to screams as they chomped and they gnashed. Sirens rang out as the police cars pulled up. The creatures go down as the gunshots erupt. Not for real long though, as they just wouldn't die. They sprang their way over as quick as a sigh. Gunfire rang out, feeding their dread. The men would come back after being shot in the head. They rose and joined the ranks of the ghouls. The town was in chaos, there were no more rules. The town was fenced off and the military came through, but they were too late, so sad but so true. The living were eaten, and the dead reigned supreme, but at least Santa had the next year off, it seemed. I looked up at the finished product and admired my work as he screamed. Being a taxidermist during the zombie apocalypse is the best thing ever. I wish to have my own theme song by Sugar Sode. I've always been a little bit quirky. I like things that most other people would consider weird. I don't really care what people think of me, as I am happy with who I am. The other night, I was staring out the window when I wished that I had a theme song that only I could hear. I have no idea what put the thought in my head, but it just seemed like fun. I have no idea how it happened, but my wish came true. The next morning, I woke up and was greeted with a really cheerful music. I initially thought it was coming from my phone, but I eventually realized what was going on. I had the best day of my life that day, as the music kept changing depending on what I was doing. I have never been so happy in my life, and I probably got a lot of odd looks from people due to the way I was acting. None of them could hear my music, and it was exhilarating. I got home that evening and was in such a high that I could barely sit down. I heard the keys in the door and rushed forward to tell my boyfriend Steve my brilliant news. I stopped in my tracks when I locked eyes with Steve as the music took a very menacing tone. I didn't know how to react as the music got darker and more ominous as he locked the door and came over to hug me. I stood there stiff as a board as he wrapped his arms around me. The music was now deafening, and it was beyond terrifying. He disengaged from me, and he looked concerned. He asked me if I was okay, and I assured him that I was fine. I slowly moved away into the bedroom as the music took on a lighter tone. I have no idea how to process what was going on, and decided to ignore the music. I have known Steve for years, and he wouldn't hurt a fly. I was still sitting there contemplating what to do when Steve came in with a glass of water. He handed it to me and said he got this as I looked to faint earlier. The music was practically exploding my eardrums with how menacing it had become. I slowly took a drink and thanked him. I sat there for a few more moments before deciding to go for a walk to clear my head. I tried to get to my feet, but fell onto the ground. I was starting to have difficulty keeping my eyes open and looked in horror at the glass of water. The music had taken a more somber tone, so I lay there on the ground trying to keep my eyes open. Steve walked back into the room and smiled down at me. I glanced in dread at the steak knife he had clutched in his hands. He kneeled down beside me and whispered in my ear, "I can hear the music too," before slicing the knife across my throat. The last thing I heard was him singing, "Ding dong, the witch is dead." Your personal data has been collected and sold for a grand total of 13 cents. You may now proceed to enjoy Facebook. Wonderful Tonight by Cryptic Wanderer. Gloria rifled through the various dresses in her closet. She needed to pick just the right one for tonight's party. It was only once a year, and as always, she needed to be the belle of the ball. After some time, she finally decided on one made of soft black velvet. It went down about mid-thigh and complemented the paleness of her skin. She then made her way over to her makeup desk and began to powder her face. The black, rotten spots were blending quite nicely, and when she was satisfied, she uncapped a tube of red lipstick. Slowly and methodically, she applied it to above her teeth, along the gum line, as she no longer had any lips. She reached for an old brush and ran it through her long, blonde hair. It had thinned considerably, and clumps of it stuck to the brush, still attached to patches of dry scalp. She checked herself over a few more times and nodded in approval. Her skeletal gaze slowly turned and fell upon Brandon, who had been locked in a cage for the last 5 days. Like sand moving through parchment, her voice rasped out. "Do I look all right?" she asked. It was hard to tell what her expression was, as both meat and flesh had rotten and dried long ago. He could still sense a sort of mocking smile coming from her. She knew how terrified he was, and she was soaking up every bit of it. His beaten and abused body was a reminder that he better answer her pretty quickly, lest he be punished by her abnormally strong fists once again. "Yes," he says. His tone sounded as though he was close to tears. The shaking in his voice did nothing to hide his fear. "You look wonderful tonight." The living dead had long since taken over the world, and humans were kept in pens like animals raised for slaughter. They were not mindless, as everyone had predicted from fiction. On the contrary, they were quite intelligent. They did, however, still ingest human flesh, and whether or not they gained anything from it was unknown. In fact, there was quite a bit that remained unknown, much like their origins. It wasn't a virus that infected people. They just simply sat up one day and began to kill. They had a meanness to them as well, and enjoyed toying with their meals. Tonight's party was one such instance. She rose from her seat, her black dress swaying around her long dead body, and unlocked the door to his cage. He knew it was useless to try and fight. Death seemed to make these creatures far stronger than a human, and the beating that would follow would simply not be worth it. No, his best odds would be to behave, and try to live as long as she would allow. Picking up a leashed collar, her thin fingers placed it around his neck and clicked it into place. "It's time, my dear. Be a good little pet, and I might keep you around a little bit longer," she said, giving something like a smirk and pulling him forward. Gloria led Brandon down a long corridor, and already he could hear the sound of instruments being played quite masterfully. Mumbles, both loud and soft, coming from the same direction. And upon reaching the landing at the top of the grand staircase, the true horror of his situation set in. Below them, a large group of ghouls dressed in all sorts of finery looked up to greet them. Former men and women of various states of decomposition turned their attentions up and began to glamour over Gloria's beauty. They marveled at their queen as the two of them made their slow descent into the ocean of ghouls. They were not alone, though. Attached to leashes in a similar fashion were other humans, forced to play along in their sick game. Most of them wore bland, burlap clothes, although some had been dressed up in silly clown or animal costumes. They all looked just as terrified as Brandon, and in some cases, their dates have already begun nipping pieces of them off and offering to share. That isn't to say they weren't the Hodowa, however. Other humans were chained to various pillars around the room. Already, they were missing fingers and large area of flesh. Brandon had to look away as a rather dapper-looking corpse wearing a top hat and a monocle over an eyeless socket bit deep into a poor man's nose. Blood poured out like a fountain, giving him the appearance of one of them himself. The band of corpses once more picked up their instruments and began to play the Blue Danube by Johann Strauss. The beautiful waltz music was harmonized with the sounds of screams from all around, and Gloria wrapped her bony fingers around his. She forced his other hand around her emaciated body, and the two proceeded to dance. They played more of her favorite tunes, and the room of monsters continued their dancing, jokes, and devouring the living at an agonizing pace. Gloria leaned her petrified face into Brandon's and opened her mouth. The black, dead tongue worked just well enough to ask, "Do you feel all right?" Those horrific eyes bored deep into his, like a snake playing with its prey. The thought of sick mockery worming its way into his brain, and he struggled to make eye contact. Swallowing hard, as the sweat dripped down his face, he lied, "Yes, I feel wonderful with you, Gloria." She knew his extreme discomfort and relished it. "Tell me more," she rasped out. Brandon was queasy from looking at the details on her face. Stale air from the hole where her nose used to be seemed to permeate all around him. But to look away was just as bad. All around, blood continued to paint the floor as the food was consumed. He swallowed a gag, coming so close to throwing up, but that would have been his last mistake he ever made. "Your skin is so smooth. I love everything about you," he managed to quickly spit out, and she seemed pleased. The night quickly got late, and before long it was time to retire to their rooms with what was left of their dates. Brandon was extremely lucky so far, as some of the other humans were now missing hands, and even organs in some cases. She pulled him harshly along by the leash back to her room. Instead of throwing him back in his cage, he was shoved to the bed. 4 shackles were locked on each one of his limbs by the bed corner, and he began to sob. "Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. I just want to serve you. Didn't I do all right?" Gloria slipped off her dress, exposing a disturbing amount of ribs and long dead organs. She climbed on top of him, her dry flesh scraping against his skin. Making an odd kind of sushing noise, she placed a finger to his lips. She reached over to the lamp, and then she tells him as she turns out the light, "Oh, my darling, you'll taste wonderful tonight." Our dairy farm still prints photos of missing children on all of our milk cartons. It's educational for the consumer to know what each dairy cow was fed. If you sell me your soul for fame and fortune, I'll come to collect it in 7 years. It's notable how many aspiring musicians come to make this deal at the age of 20. Time Has Forgotten My Neighborhood by As the Raven Dreams. On a clear day, you can see forever, from where you stand to the end of the world. When the sun is shining, and the sky shines a bright blue, you can stand on your roof and bear witness to the entirety of the city, and even the natural formations that meet the skyline. It's honestly surprising how beautiful a small Midwestern town can be when the circumstances are perfect. But that, as stated, is on a clear day, when the sun is shining and there's nothing more than a gentle breeze dancing off the road and rustling the leaves of the nearby trees. I miss those days, those warm days that are outlined with a slight overcast, those spring days where you could feel a gentle rain as it blew in your direction, where a delightful peppercorn washes up and fills your nostrils. On those days before the fog fell over the friendly town, you could comfortably enjoy the outdoors, no matter what season it happened to be. I miss those days where I could go out and greet the neighbors while I went for a walk with my dog, where I could get home, have a nice cup of coffee, and sit in my living room watching daytime television to pass the time. More than all of that, I miss the feeling of time passing. That sensation as you watch the seconds tick away on a clock. There was a point in my life where I never even knew that time was something you could feel internally. But now I know. I would say that it felt like an eternity, but it hasn't felt like anything. It hasn't felt like a day, an hour, or even a damn second. Every single moment is the same moment. No matter how much changes around me, around the town, my mind is unable to comprehend time changing anymore.
It's a concept that I'm struggling with in my head. There is no today, tomorrow, yesterday. There is simply the right now, and nothing beyond that, nor before that for me. I can remember previous events, but my memories are all happening at the exact moment that I remember them. My plans take shape all at the same time I decide to do them. I've tried everything to reestablish a flow of time, but nothing works. I've tried to tap my foot to a beat, but it seems that every tap occurs at the same time. I tried watching the clock to see if the second hand moved, but it was in every possible location on the face of the clock at once. I even tried to take my own pulse, to feel my heartbeat, but there was nothing. Attempting to hold my wrist and count with each beat resulted in there being no beats and no counting. Nothing exists beyond this exact moment, and this moment is every moment at the same time. Time not existing isn't the only strange occurrence in my town. There have been a few other things I've witnessed. The first time I went outside, I noticed that there were people outside, all performing various activities, but slowly. My neighbor, Douglas, would walk out his door, go to his mailbox, open it, put a letter in, then walk back into his house. I could see him in his front window as he stepped into his living room, sat on the couch and grabbed the remote, pressing a button to, I'm assuming, turn on his television. He then turned off the TV, grabbed an envelope seemingly from nowhere, then start the cycle over again. I watched him do this at least a dozen times. The cycle never stopped and it never faltered. He always did the same thing. I started noticing the details that may not be important, but they were never different. He always pressed the power button on the remote, then channeled up 3 times. He always sat the remote at the same angle on the couch when he placed it down. The TV always showed the same clip of a dog food commercial. The letter that seemingly appeared from nowhere always had the same name and address on it. He always takes the same number of steps, the same number of breaths. He blinks the same number of times. I would say that I watched him for a long time, and it took a while to figure this all out, but as I said before, there is no time. It's like I watched him once and a million times all at once, and I then knew all of the details. It was like instantaneous knowledge that I had also spent years learning and understanding. Nothing I could do would stop him from his pattern. I attempted to sabotage him by locking his front door. It opened like it was never locked. I tried to hide his remote from him. When he reached for it, it was there again. I tried to smash his TV. I tried to remove his mailbox. When he went to interact with anything that I had moved, it was always where it was supposed to be. Yet, it was also where I had left it. Again, everything exists in multiple places simultaneously. Yet, it was like I had never done anything to the item he interacted with. I had one more idea to try and break him from his pattern. The only thing I hadn't tried to interact with was him. I stood outside of the house and watched him as the letter materialized in his hand. I watched him as he got up from the couch and walked towards the door. He pulled the door open and I stood there. I expected him to either notice me or run into me.
Unfortunately, it was the latter that occurred. He walked forward and ran straight into me. When he collided with my body, he didn't stumble back, and I didn't fall or get knocked down. When the two of us collided, something inexplicable happened. When our corporeal forms touched, I began to feel a seemingly random, debilitating pain in my head. The only way I could think to explain it would be to have you place your head in a vacuum chamber. The pressure was immense. I'm not sure if the issue with the time passing had anything to do with it, but I would almost say that I felt all of the pain that Douglas had ever felt in his life within a single instant that lasted an eternity. Well, that alone was terrifying, and ended with me seeing the end of his life, from his birth to his death. I felt the mental strain as his body shut down. I felt the pain of those around him. When it all finally ceased, I opened my eyes and noticed that Douglas was gone. He was no longer walking along his predetermined path. Where he should have been after walking into, or I guess through me, was simply a pile of ashes. Somehow, touching me caused him to completely disintegrate. I stared in horror. Had my actions murdered my neighbor? Was there something about me in this existence that made me the harbinger of death? Or did I release him from this strange place, and he is now able to live his life back in reality? I decide it wouldn't be for the best to keep testing that theory. I had no way of knowing what happened to Douglas, and honestly, I didn't want to go through that agony again. With him being gone, I decided to go through his house and see if anything had changed. To my surprise, everything I had moved still existed. The smashed TV, the broken remote control, the torn pieces of paper from this letter. Despite this, nothing he was interacting with was there anymore. It was as if him ceasing to exist also destroyed everything he was able to manifest. And the mess I had created was all that existed in his memory. I've also checked out the other parts of my neighborhood, only to find the same thing in every house. Every single person had their circular routine that they would perform, and nothing I did would stop it. Miss Newton would fill her washing machine with a basket full of clothes, walk up the stairs, and light a cigarette, all while sitting at her kitchen table. After a single drag, she would walk the 9 steps to the basement door, go down the 11 steps, and fill the machine with the same laundry. Down the way, Mr. and Mrs. Pearson seemed to be looped in an argument. The entire loop plays out with them in the living room. He's sitting in his chair and she's standing in the doorway. The two of them are yelling at each other, but the sounds that they are creating are certainly not human. They sound mechanical, almost like faulty gears grinding against each other. She walks into the kitchen and smashes a plate. Then he walks in and she stabs him with a shard from the plate. He falls to the ground and bleeds out. She steps over him and seems to go to the bathroom and take a shower. Like the others, this loop just keeps playing through, and I've watched him die more times than I possibly count. Honestly, this is the one loop I considered stopping. I considered grabbing her and seeing if she would stop existing like Douglas did, but I can't bring myself to do it. I've honestly been to every house in the neighborhood, and I know every intricate detail of every loop with every person. What bothers me is, as of late, whatever that means to a timeless existence, Something has been different with each of the loops. The actions are mostly the same, but there are minor shifts. I witnessed the Pearsons fight like they had been, but when she broke the plate and attempted to stab him with it, he was too far away from her to make contact. Despite this, the ceramic piece still seemed to float and move like it had made contact, and a pool of blood still appeared on the floor. She then walked away as expected, and Mr. Pearson continued into the kitchen, his loop playing out as it should have with her no longer in the room. He grabbed his neck and fell onto the floor with Miss Pearson in the other room. While these strange glitches aren't happening every time, I am noticing one change that is seemingly more permanent. Every single one of my neighbors seems to be starting to decay. Each and every one of them seems to have changed to a gray hue. Some of them have flesh that's pulling away from the bone. I've checked them all, and it's the only thing that they all have in common. They're all withering away. Their decay seems to be the only thing that is happening in time. I can't tell how fast it's happening, but my brain is able to comprehend that it's not instantaneous. A strike contrast to everything else. It seems that as I watch them play out their routines through 1,000 more cycles, they seem to appear more and more disheveled and more decomposed. With my neighbors almost literally falling apart in front of my eyes, I considered whether or not it would be merciful to touch them and turn them to dust. Is it better to decay slowly or disappear instantly? I don't want them to suffer, but I also don't want to do something and kill all my neighbors if there's even the slight possibility that this fog will lift and everything will go back to normal. I couldn't live with myself if my actions hurt innocent people, if I had managed to do something that actually brought harm to other people that had nothing to do with the circumstances. At this point, I'm not sure what to do. I've been watching them decay for what I assume has been a while. Some of the neighbors are hitting further levels of decay. Some of them have graying muscles and bones exposed to the air, yet they continue to step through their routines. They continue to run through their mundane tasks, doing the laundry, fighting each other, watering their lawn, and yet they are literally falling apart. I think I'm down to one last option in this situation. I have to try to get out of the neighborhood. I'm out of options. Nothing else is changing. My neighbors are still fading into nothing more than corpses, and time is still its strange flux. The only thing I haven't checked is what's on the other side of the fog wall that surrounds my street. It seems to be surrounding the area in a perfect dome, almost like it's sentient, and chose to encapsulate our neighborhood. Something about the fog terrifies me, mostly because I believe that is what is causing these things to happen. It's what is decaying my neighbors and causing time to not exist. If that's true, then I have no idea what's on the other side, and I don't even know if I'll be able to escape. I can only hope that it's not a solid wall, that it's literally just a fog. Despite my fears, despite the absolute terror that seems to be gripping on my soul, I think it's time I find out. I held my breath as the intruder walked past the bedroom closet, hoping he doesn't look inside. If the cop finds all the bodies I hid there, I'm screwed.
was stunned after my wife filed for divorce and dressed up like a female nanny so I could see my children again. After poisoning her latest boyfriend, I spent the next few months slowly breaking her sanity to ensure that I would get my children back.
The Pages of the End, Chapter 1, by Blake Blizzard. I'm looking at the cabin we just left. Couldn't be happier to leave that place. It was a fine setting to stay to protect us from the elements and the beasts. But in this life, we can't stay in one spot for too long. At least, not this place. I stared at the forest, trying to see if there was anything there.
Think it's safe?
Sam asks. I know it's safer than that damn cabin, I say.
Well, I guess so. Off we go then. Maybe we'll find a pet owl or something. I think I can hear it hooting already.
That's a start, as I pack up the very few belongings we have. Are you sure you're prepared? You only have a jacket and thin pants. Where did your bag go?
There was a spider in the bag. It deserves to stay in that cabin,
he says. Okay, smart, I guess. I have only been with my traveling companion for 7 days or so. He seems capable. He definitely makes up for what I lack in. Our mission is nearly impossible. He must know, as I do, that we both surely will end up dying a painful death.
I grabbed the book, though. Spider-free as far as I know.
I try not to make any expression. Our whole purpose was to find this book. Honestly, I was hoping I'd find it first. Not that it matters too much, but that was my goal. I'd like to be the one holding it. Shaking it off, I answer. Good. Don't lose that book. We need it.
Yeah. Any idea how thick the forest is? Maybe we could climb up for a vantage point.
I look into the forest. It looks dark. Yeah. Maybe that will help. You're in better shape than me. Want to give that tree a try?
Sure. Can you hold the book, though? I don't want to lose it to a raccoon up there.
Yeah, I got it. Staring at the book, it's impossibly smooth. It almost vibrates in my hand. The power freezes my soul. I couldn't drop it right now if I wanted. I must be strong. I must use my will to ignore the otherworldly power that I'm wielding. Sam picks a tree.
This one looks sturdy enough.
He's insane. I don't know how his attitude is so good. We are facing certain doom here, and he's treating it like it's a walk in the park. Good luck, I sarcastically say. I'm Blaine, an adventurer set to clear the area and find the book, which, as I've established, Sam has already found. I'm my village's warrior. I've done enough bad in my life. I'm trying to make up for that. Sam is my partner for now. He's always heard of tales of the book and joined me on my travel to find it. As I mentioned, he's small and can get through bush and has bramble scars to prove it. He identifies safe plants for consumption and supposedly has worked with a cleric in my town.
Alright, I see a lot of trees from up here.
Do you see any signs of life? I'd rather be safe before we start moving.
There is a clearing off to the left, but all I can see there are some foxholes.
Getting a little impatient, I yell up to Sam. Stop wasting time, it's getting dark.
Alright. Just gotta find a sturdy branch. Yeah, we aren't too far from the clearing. Alright, climbing back down, and stuck the landing.
Sam brushed himself off, flashing a dumb smile. I laughed a bit, not meaning to. Don't want him to see any type of softness. I look at the book, reluctant to hand it back over, but also don't want to hold it. You didn't open it yet, did you? He looked confused for a second before coming up with an answer.
No. Would it curse me if I did?
No. I mean, well, I'm not really sure. We need to get back to our employer. Not our job to see what this thing is. Let's keep moving. Find a place to camp before it gets too dark.
Alright then.
Sam says.
Are we heading to the clearing?
Good place as any, I say. You impressed me, Sam. Not sure what I expected, but glad we are together.
Hey, I am too. It's great to have a friend by your side when an old book can curse you for looking at it wrong.
Not sure about that friend part. Well, only a handful of people could handle this type of quest. Let's make a fire and camp out. Keep that book on you. Keep it away from anyone else, I think. Myself included.
Alrighty, I'll go grab some kindling. A book. Not included.
Sam says with his now trademark spunk. Huh, very funny. I'll make our beds. Sam bounds off to the tree line to gather wood.
I'll be back before you know it.
I hope he couldn't see my eyes rolling in the dust that is approaching. The fire was good. We had pine-infused water-type soup with a few scraps of bread I saved from the start of our trip. Eventually, we both retired. Before my eyes finally close, the last thing I remember seeing is the corner of the book peeking out from his makeshift pillow made up of folded up burlap sack. We both groggily woke up, but ready to get moving. Pack up your stuff, Sam. You got the book, right?
Yep. Checked way too many times last night.
Okay, good. Glad you kept it safe. I leave my makeshift bed on the forest floor. I briefly look at the smoldering fire, making sure it's completely extinguished to cover our tracks as best we can. By my calculation, we only have a day away from our target location. It's a tough trek, but we're almost there. The worst, unfortunately, is ahead of us. Sam is not deterred by this in the least.
Nice!
He yells, give me a slight startle.
Any idea what'll happen when we turn in the book?
He says. I pause for a second. I don't know, I say, being honest for one of the first times. I think it's best we don't think about it. Which is honest. We get paid, that's all I know. Sam thinks for a moment, then looks back at me.
If they turn out to be evil, I'm stealing the book. Or stealing the book back. Whatever, you know what I mean.
I gave him a stern but sarcastic smile. It's not our book, Sam. We're both professionals. Just focus on what we have to do. It's not our book. Just want to reiterate that again. Sam looks upset, but goes back to his usual upbeat self soon after.
Oh, alright.
I finished packing up the tarps. I packed the plants that Sam had gathered. I get a glimpse of my partner, looking out into the landscape. He deserves to be here. Strong, adventurous, and brave. I hope he doesn't get hurt too bad. I hope I don't get hurt. I throw my pack over my shoulder. You should have brought better gear. Here, take my outer layer. You're killing me with that short jacket, I speak. I'm fine, looking towards the horizon.
Alrighty then. Off we go.
He says. Off we go. Look out for edible plants. I'll look for animals. Although I haven't seen one, which is strange. We're getting low on food, but hopefully won't need much after we hand the book over, which should be today.
I will do my best, Captain.
Sam says as he over-exaggerates a salute to me. We move, clearing brush, tracking the train. I stop us. Shh. Did you hear that? I say, stopping us both.
Wait, what?
I gesture to shush again, this time more forcefully.
I obviously hear what he doesn't. I quietly tell him, "Don't move."
Okay.
Sam mouths, thankfully, without saying it out loud. A low rumble is heard. I slowly move my eyes towards him. "Take the book. Run." He looks confused, panicked. "Damn it, they fucking found us. I'll take care of it. Move past the clearing and I'll catch up."
You promise?
Is all he could choke out. I met his gaze. First time we've connected as people, friends, not just as hired hands. "I promise. Go!" I see him dart through the bush, holding the book tight and stopping a good distance from the clearing. He can no doubt hear the screams and terror from what's going on in my position. The last thing I make out is Sam climbing the tree, not only to protect himself, but to try to see if I'm okay, no doubt. I have been put on this mission because of my warrior skills. I'm a descendant of the Berserkers. I pull my lifelong companion out, my sword. I could count 3 rebels bearing down on me, attempting an ambush. Before I knew what happened, I was covered in blood and trauma. I didn't escape untouched. I barely made it out alive, if I made it out alive.
24 hours later. Blaine is walking through the woods, beyond the clearing, covered in wounds, his sword hanging behind him covered in blood. He collapses on the ground. I'm scouring the ground looking for Blaine, arms full of every helpful plant that I could find. The book is still secured to my back. Suddenly spotting the glint of the sword, I rush over. Oh God, he's still alive, but barely. Oh no. No. I slowly make my way over, grabbing a mix of healing mint and coriander, moving towards Blaine. Falling to my knees, I shakily reach out toward Blaine. Oh, this is bad. This is real bad. Blaine grabs my hand. He looks at me with one eye open.
"That book must have been more powerful than we thought, and you found it before anyone."
What? You're talking about the book? Aren't you worried about yourself?
I tried to get up, stumbling and falling back on my knee.
Hey, probably not the best time to get up,
Sam says. I choked and coughed the last bit of fight I used on my assailants. I should tell you, I know who we're bringing the book to.
You do?
Sam says quizzically.
Well, who the hell is it?
I moved up into a sitting position, gaining my breath. It's my brother, the king, and you were right. He is evil.
I convinced my daughter to stop using drugs and accept meditation and prayer into her life. Schizophrenic is just what the secular world uses to discredit God's chosen ones.
When my friends said they wanted to bury me in the sand, I thought it would be fun. That was until they filled the hole I stood in with cement. For my 26th birthday, I got a cake with candles I can't blow out. I hope it's not my last birthday. By Like I Did. Narrated by 242, PA Nightmares, and Lunar Lucy. The bright morning sun was shining through the crack in my dark red curtains. I didn't like being awake just yet, but the feeling of the sun on my skin somehow almost made up for it. I miss spring. I wake up in my childhood home, tucked gently into my bed with the sheets that smelled fresh like lavender, and they felt cozy as if they just came out of the dryer. A pleasant way to wake up. Very pleasant indeed. Until my mind started running,
started thinking and worrying, and that's always where things begin to go wrong. Or when I become conscious of the wrongness. As my mind woke up just a little more, the intrusive thought dug in like a worm. I shouldn't be here. The first shot of anxiety rushed through my body so early in the morning. What a pity. I don't live here. These are not my sheets, not my softener smelling like fresh lavender. I don't live here anymore. I'm 25 years old. Last year I was back home for a few months after I finished college. But after torturing myself with application letters and a bunch of refusals, I finally got my own place a little while ago. Well, technically I'm 26 years old as of today. As my thoughts become just a little clearer, I finally start to remember that I came home for the weekend to visit my parents, so I wouldn't be entirely alone on this birthday that I much rather just skip. I'm supposed to be here because I came here last night. I swear, my morning brain cannot be trusted one bit. Finally, I stretched and shook off those terrible, intrusive thoughts as well as I can. Things are much better now, and I should be feeling just swell. I even got out a smile when I heard Mom and Dad knocking on my door. They've dressed up for the occasion, which is a little odd, but also very sweet of them. I suppose they wanted to make the best out of this day. I couldn't exactly have a big party with the country being half a lockdown after all. Mom was wearing a pastel rose dress with tiny white flowers and a wide white belt wrapped around her waist. Her lips were shining with bright lipstick and she didn't have a single smudge on her paper white teeth. She was even wearing heels that go with the style of the dress. Though we're certainly not a wear shoes inside type of family. Dad put on a nice pastel green shirt and even had a small bow tie tied around his neck. His face looked freshly shaved and he even had a little spark in his eye as he brought in the cake they must have baked in secret when I was asleep. Or maybe the spark I saw was just a reflection of the candles on the perfectly delicious looking cake. It was mint green with pink frosted flowers smudged around the corners and happy birthday written in squiggly font. The top was embellished with 26 candles, 13 of them green and 13 of them pink as it appeared. However, it's hard to say for sure, as the top of the cake was basically one big layer of fire. "Very funny," I exclaimed after my 5th attempt at blowing them out. "You do know April 1st was 3 weeks back. The stupid candles wouldn't blow out. Of course, Mom and Dad had to be all fun and get tricked candles. Neither my lungs nor my mood was ready for those so early in the morning." Mom smiled, Dad grinned.
"Come on, honey, blow out the candles,"
Mom said in a melodic voice.
"Make a wish, love, and make it a good one. Who knows how many more of those you'll get."
They both started laughing. "Yeah, funny, Dad. I'm old. Just remember, if I'm old, so are you." I tried to joke, but they didn't respond to that.
"Make a wish,"
Mom repeated. "I wish you two would act a bit more normal." I nervously chuckled. They hadn't stopped smiling since they came inside. Mom only got closer to my face. I could feel her breath against my skin. It smelled like iron and cigarettes. "When did you start smoking?" I asked. Mom took a step back. She seemed to be embarrassed. I didn't like her picking up unhealthy habits, but I also didn't want her to feel embarrassed in front of me. However, both of my parents lost their smiles when I asked about the cigarettes. Dad pulled the cake away again.
Well, I guess your wish will just have to wait. If you find it so terribly difficult to make a decision, young lady.
Yes, very true, my dear. You tell her.
Mom added.
We will go downstairs for your birthday breakfast, and you can have cake then.
They both nodded at each other and moved away from my bed. They took the cake that was still burning, the candles that should have burned through the cake by now, but they were still standing tall. Then they turned around without a smile, let alone a word, and left the room. I heard them go down the stairs, and that was the very strange beginning to the morning of my 26th birthday. But of course, it didn't end there. And the next strange thing was the gown I was wearing, and that I certainly didn't remember putting it on. It was white with hints of gold by the collar. I am more than sure that I didn't own a clothing item like that. I don't even believe my grandmother owned anything like this, and I would have known if I put on something so terribly odd, which meant my parents had to be the ones to dress me in my sleep. If this was another prank, then I clearly misjudged Mom and Dad. They were losing their minds. I didn't bother getting changed so that I could storm down there and confront them about their absurd actions. This was not the birthday party I had in mind. I wanted a nice and relaxing day with cake and maybe a few presents. As I jumped down the last flight of stairs in my strange gown, I heard the music. It was coming from the kitchen, a melody I couldn't quite place. All of a sudden, my anger about this strange clothing vanished, and instead, I felt a miserable malaise. Slowly, I stumbled inside the kitchen, where I was taken aback by everything they had done. Balloons in every corner, confetti, and a big paper sign that said happy birthday. Fringe curtains were hanging from the window. Even weirder, it all appeared as if it was meant for a children's birthday party. My parents were standing around the confetti-filled table. Their smiles were bigger than when they came inside with the cake, which sat in the middle of the table. Around it, however, were items that I believe were once meant for breakfast. But they were all rotten. I instinctively took a step back. "Mom? Dad?" I whispered.
Yes, that's us. Your mommy and your daddy. Now swiftly make a wish and blow out your candles so we can get your presents.
Dad said without blinking once. "What's going on? I don't like this. Please stop," I muttered. Mom almost lost her smile again, but then she used her right fingernail to pull the corner of her mouth.
Honey, this is your special day. We will never stop.
My eyes wandered to the telephone on the kitchen counter. It was a green old telephone with a cable. The one people stopped using more than a decade ago. I didn't even realize we still owned one. It didn't matter anyway. This one had its cord cut though. Or was it burned off? I probably had left my phone upstairs. I needed to get it and call for help. My parents were clearly unwell, and I was getting incredibly worried. "Let me just get changed, and then we can have cake, okay? I'll be right back."
No!
They both shouted simultaneously.
You look perfect.
Mom said.
Now, make a wish.
Dad added. Despite feeling incredibly uneasy, I took a step closer to blow out the candles. Maybe cutting the cake would distract them enough for me to go get some help. This time, I took a very deep breath and started to blow as hard as I could. The fire seemed to only grow bigger.
If you won't, I suppose we have to blow out the candles and steal your wish.
Mom said and chuckled.
Why, yes, Deborah. Would you like to do the honors?
My father asked her. She got closer to the cake, so close that her entire face was now shining orange and red from the fire. So close that her makeup was even starting to melt. Or maybe it wasn't only her makeup that was melting. "Mom, your face," I whispered in shock. But she didn't care.
I wish for our sweet child to forever stay with us,
She called out in glee.
Moron! You can't say your wish out loud.
Dad shouted. Now he was getting closer to the cake, their expressions becoming even more forced, and Mom's makeup was melting onto the cake until even her hair caught fire. I don't think I'll ever get the smell of burning hair and skin out of my nose. "Mom!" I shouted, but she didn't care. Not even when her face kept burning. I suppose that's what woke me up. Of course, I knew from the beginning that something was not right, but this moment set me over the edge. I shouldn't be here. I don't live here. And I have no fucking clue who these people are. I slammed the burning cake into the fake father's face and started running before the wrong mother could do anything. I got out just in time. I have absolutely no idea how they tricked me inside that house, or into thinking they were my own parents. They didn't even look like them, but I had been so sure in the morning that everything was fine. As my thoughts became more my own again, I started to remember that I went for drinks at my friend Clara's house, but I couldn't even say what day that was. How they got into my head in memories like that, I will never understand. I was lucky my mind became conscious in time, or it might really have been my very last birthday. I ran and ran until I found help and was taken to the police. They went to the house as I instructed them. It wasn't inhabited currently. Apparently, it had only recently been restored after a family that lived there had died in a fire. I really can't say if those people were even real, whether they had lost a child and tried to lure a new one in. Maybe I was just an easy victim. Although, I'm not sure how they knew about my birthday. When the police found the house, there was nobody there. The fake parents were gone, but they did leave one thing. A mint green cake with pink frosting and 26 burning candles. I called it the Giving Mirror because when I told it I was sad, the next day there was a beautiful flower that made me happy, and every other problem I gave the mirror, it gave a solution back. The mirror had never been wrong before, but I was still a little nervous as I picked up the hammer that appeared the next day, after I had told it I was jealous of my baby sister. After my grandmother passed, we found 30 years worth of letters from Grandpa to her in the attic. Each one told in graphic detail the women he murdered while traveling for work, and included a small memento he kept from each victim. Crossroads by Sean E. Britton. You're telling me I'm fucking bankrupt? That morning started out as a good one for Malton Masters. Most mornings were good ones in his experience. He'd woken up refreshed with no hangover in spite of his late-night reveries the night before. He never got hangovers, never even really got sick. Kylie, his beautiful wife, was in a weird mood and had acted a little cold, but that was okay. Malton could just as soon arrange a nooner with his assistant Rachel, or any of his other casual girlfriends. Kylie knew they had an understanding. He'd gone for a quick 5-mile run around his massive property just for the sheer pleasure of it. He had one of those metabolisms where no matter what he ate or what he drank or what drugs he put into his body, he stayed lean and fit. But he liked to run. He looked as good as he had 10 years ago when he was in his late 20s, if not better. He'd taken the Porsche to work, although the agency tended to keep itself running no matter how much or little effort he put into it. But then Rachel reminded Milton of a meeting he had in the boardroom, which he had forgotten. Apparently, a few weeks ago, some of the agency's accountants knew some irregularities. Milton hadn't worried. Things like that always worked themselves out. They hired a forensic accountant to go through the company's books and holdings. That morning, he was delivering his report.
"It's a quite bit worse than bankruptcy, Mr. Masters," the bespectacled man in the gray suit said. "There are debts here, both in the agency's name and in your name personally, that are astronomical. I have no idea how this has been missed or has stayed afloat for so long." "Do you know who we represent?" Milton said. "Some of the hottest names in the country, on the planet. They bring millions, tens of millions back into this agency every day. And then it all feeds back into the network of costs and holdings. It's a labyrinth. I've been doing this for more than a decade and I've never seen anything like it. And basically, everywhere you look, these debts eat away at everything. They're like termites that have been chewing at the foundation of a house for years and years. And now that house is at the point of collapse. This isn't possible. I can't understate how serious this is, Mr. Masters. Your personal holdings are tied throughout all of this. You're not just going to lose your business, you're going to lose your house, your cars. I'm sorry, you're going to lose everything. You could even be facing jail time. That's not possible. Embezzlement is a real possibility, but some of these structures go back to the very foundation of your business. Do you remember who set up all of these original applications and accounts for you?
Milton stopped and stared. It took the accountant several prompting to bring him out of what seemed like a fugue. Milton always told people he didn't like to look back when they asked him about the start of his success. He preferred living in the present, but trying to cast his mind back to those early days, 10 years early, it all seemed shrouded in gray. It always felt like it just happened so easily. Like one day the office, the staff, and all the boring business stuff like accounting and legal documents were just there, and then the clients started flocking to them. No matter how Milton twisted it in his memory, he couldn't think of who might have set those things up, or how.
This is still an informal meeting because I realized just how dire the situation was, the accountant said. I'll put together a much more thorough formal report to identify your biggest risks, but right now you need to stop spending. Today. This second. Don't touch any of these accounts until we talk again.
This couldn't be real. This was a nightmare, Milton thought. He drifted back to his office in a daze. Windows, even the reception area outside his office, offered dazzling views. His busty, red-headed assistant Rachel shot up as he entered. Milton, are you okay? You look pale, Rachel said. Just hold my calls and don't let anyone see me, Milton said. Milton's office was huge, but the walls were cluttered by a sheer number of platinum records, signed musical instruments, and photos of Milton with clients, other musicians, and various celebrities. Milton fell into a chair behind his desk. He knew he should call someone, but he didn't know who. He didn't handle that kind of thing anymore. Truth be told, he couldn't remember when the last time was he ever had to handle that kind of thing for himself. This can't be happening. Milton buried his face in his hands for a few moments, but then looked up and happened to glance towards his desktop computer screen. It was on sleep mode and black, and reflected Milton's morose features back at him. But behind his shoulder, he also spotted the reflection of a monstrous dog. Its teeth were bared and its eyes blazed, looking like it was about to go for his neck. What the? Milton shot out of his seat, spinning and knocking it to the ground. There was nothing behind him. Of course there wasn't. For the dog to be where he had seen it in the reflection, it would have been hovering outside his window some 20 stories off the ground. Still, panting, Milton twisted and haunted around the office for some sign of the phantom dog. Nothing. It must have been stress or something. He'd imagined it, no matter how real it seemed. Milton collected himself and marched back out of the office. Rachel, confused, jumped up from behind her desk again. Milton, what happened? Where are you going? Home. Cancel my meetings. Do I have any meetings? Cancel them, Milton said. Milton returned to his Porsche and tore out of the parking garage. On his way home, Milton realized he was putting an awful lot of faith in the word of just one man. Not even one of his own accountants. Someone hired from outside of the agency. But somehow, he knew the man had been telling the truth. He had a feeling deep in the pit of his stomach that it was all coming down. A feeling he'd been holding on to for a long time that somehow, someday, it would all end. He hadn't forgotten the dog he hallucinated either. He kept glancing to his rear-view mirror, pointed at the back seat as he drove. When Milton arrived home, he was greeted by the sight of 2 huge trucks parked outside his mansion. Men in dark gray uniforms pouring in and out of his front doors. With them carried furniture, rugs, paintings, and other artworks. Milton screamed up the driveway and pulled hard to stop behind the trucks. What the fuck is this? What do you think you're doing? Milton yelled as he emerged from the Porsche. Repossession, a senior man called over and slapped some papers into Milton's chest. It's all in here. The bank is taking it back. You can't just let yourself in and start stealing all my stuff. Your wife let us in, the supervisor said. Yeah, she's been very accommodating, another nearby man said, carrying one end of an antique sofa. The man on the other side of the sofa snickered. So did the supervisor and several other surrounding removalists. Milton ignored them and ignored the papers, tossing them aside as he ran into the house. Kylie! Kylie! Milton yelled. Milton sprinted up the stairs and headed for the bedroom where he had last seen Kylie that morning. He was surprised at the top of the stairs to find himself out of breath. He could remember the last time he had been out of breath, even after a big run. But the stairs he traveled, usually several times a day without issue, had winded him. Milton took a moment to recover and continued down the hallway.
Kylie?
Milton threw the bedroom door open and recoiled at what he saw. Kaylee bent over the bed on her hands and knees, totally naked. 2 removalists stood around her, one at either end, with their pants pulled around their ankles. As Milton entered, they all broke apart, but what he seen in that split second burned itself across his brain. Kylie dropped across the bed, but she didn't look ashamed. She looked furious.
Kylie, what are you doing?
Milton gasped. Milton's heart dropped into his stomach. The betrayal. They might have an arrangement where Milton could sleep with whoever he wanted, but for the last 10 years, Kylie had been faithful, at least as far as he knew. The 2 men shoveled themselves back into their pants. Staring sullenly, they filed past Milton. Kylie wrapped herself in one of the sheets and rolled off the bed.
What the fuck were you doing?
Milton repeated himself. I think you should know. Pretty sure you've been there once or twice, Kaylee said. It was true Milton had shared a woman with other men like that a few times, when the mood struck him. But not Kaylee. Never Kaylee. She was untouchable. The 2 of them had gone to high school together, but they had never hung out in the same circles. It was only when they reconnected around the same time Milton was putting his agency together that they started dating. They married after a whirlwind romance. Their 10-year anniversary was coming up soon, and as far as Milton was concerned, theirs was a perfect and perfectly happy marriage.
Is this to get back at me? You found out I'm broke and getting repossessed and you wanted to hurt me?
I didn't want to hurt you, Milton, Kaylee said. In fact, I don't care about you at all. I woke up this morning and I couldn't figure out what I'd been thinking about the last 10 years. I don't understand why we got together or where my feelings for you ever came from. But I love you. You love what about me? Seriously, what? What did we ever talk about when we first got together? When did we ever fall in love? Back in high school, we never talked. Milton gasped, much like when he had been asked about the origins of his business dealings that morning. Everything in his memory seemed faded. Him and Kylie getting together just seemed to happen back then. But it was insane. They were in love. Kylie hung off his every word. She laughed at his every joke. She let him do whatever he wanted as long as it made him happy. They had been distant in high school, but people change and they reconnected. Kaylee slapped Milton in the stomach and snapped him out of his thoughts. Still only wrapped in a sheet, she strolled casually out of the room. You're getting fat, by the way, Kylie remarked on her way out.
It can't all be fake. It can't,
Milton said as she left. But in his gut, he knew it was. Milton felt out of breath and his heart was pounding. He crossed the room to their walk-in wardrobe. Kylie was right about his weight, and that suddenly felt important. Milton stripped off his shirt and stood in front of one of the wardrobe's full-length mirrors. Somehow, Milton had developed a punch that hung over his waistband. His chest and arms had softened as well. He still wasn't in necessarily bad shape for a man of 38, but Milton remembered admiring his lean physique in the mirror just that morning. The hard lines of muscles that he never really seemed to work on. Could stress cause the body to break down so quickly? He felt heavy and old, like years of alcohol and drug use was suddenly catching up to him. Then, suddenly behind him, Milton saw the dog. Clear as life. It looked similar to a Rottweiler with a huge, muscular frame, a giant of a canine, and totally black. Its lips were drawn back from fangs that could easily rip him apart. Its eyes were blazing red, as if lit by some infernal fire. Milton heard it let out a chainsaw snarl that rippled up his spine. Jesus! Milton whirled around and crashed into another mirrored closet door. Nothing. There was nothing behind him, but it had looked so real. Milton could picture individual strands of fur rippling down its back, see the shine of drool on its teeth. He heard it growl, but the carpet patch behind him was empty. He checked the mirrors and found them empty as well. What the fuck is happening to me? Milton's heart thundered. His whole body felt like it was covered in a cold sweat. He pulled his shirt back on, feeling vulnerable, and raced out of the bedroom. Looking for Kylie, he couldn't find her. All the removalists seemed to be concentrated at the front of the house. Milton snuck down the back instead, feeling like a thief in his own home. Behind the house was Milton's enormous pool, clean water glittering in the sunlight. It had an irregular shape, like a natural lagoon surrounded by a garden and a shady cabana. At the other end of the pool was the pool house. 2 stories with several bedrooms, bathrooms, and its own bar. The pool house was bigger than plenty of people's actual homes. When they weren't entertaining and the mansion started feeling a little too big and empty, the pool house was Milton's private oasis. Milton let himself in. At least the repossessors hadn't gotten to the pool house yet. The front room, with the big glass doors and the windows facing the pool, was full of more music memorabilia. A jukebox and a dozen guitars occupied one wall. Tens of thousands of dollars worth of instruments. Milton hadn't picked one up in a while, but he used to play all the time. When just how much his life had changed started to overwhelm him and he got struck by fear, it would all somehow be taken away. He'd play guitar for a while and lose himself. There was no time like the present to start again. Milton slipped one of his favorites off the wall, plugged it into an amp by the jukebox, and sat down to start playing. Milton's hands froze over the neck of the guitar. He strummed, but he had no rhythm. His fingers just falling against the strings. He tried to twist his left hand into the right shape, but he couldn't remember any chords. His mind was blank. He couldn't even find a comfortable position to hold the instrument, like he'd never picked up a guitar before in his life. No, it's not possible, Milton said. Milton couldn't remember a thing he'd ever learned about playing guitar. Sure, it had been a while, but not that long. He frequently pulled one of the instruments down from the wall and played a little bit at parties. His guests often told him he was good enough to pick up a music career of his own, had he ever wanted to deal with recording and touring. Some of it was no doubt flattery, but Milton was generally good. He knew he was good. But suddenly, he could no longer access the memories or ability to play. The strings hurt his fingers as if he had never built up any calluses. All that came out of the amp was noise. Milton heard another chainsaw growl rising to a snarl. Looking up, he saw the dog again, its reflection ghostly, but very much present in one of the pool house's glass doors. Its fangs were exposed and its eyes on fire. It opened its mouth and barked, the sound so deep and loud Milton felt it in his chest. You did this to me, go away! Milton ripped the cord out of the guitar, stood up and pitched it towards the dog's reflection.
The glass panel shattered. The guitar flew right through it, cracking against the pavers that surround the pool. Knife-like shards continue to tremble out of the frame and break against it. Mr. Masters, I don't think you're in any position to be treating your assets like that, a voice said. The bespectacled accountant from the morning strolled into view and stopped in the middle of the shattered frame, right where the dog's reflection had been. In his gray suit and red tie, he was such a small and unassuming figure that even after he started Milton's downfall, it still took Milton a few moments to recognize him. Shoes crackling on broken glass, he stepped through the frame. "What the fuck are you doing here?" Milton asked. "We had a deal, Mr. Masters," the accountant said. "I'm here to see you fulfill it." "What deal? I didn't sign anything." "Oh, but you did. And in blood, no less." The accountant took off his glasses and cleaned them with his tie. He went to put them back on, but then seemed to think better of it and tossed them aside instead. With every step, the planes of the accountant's face subtly changed along with the way he held himself. A devilish grin split the man's face. "I know you don't like to think about the past, too busy living in the present, right? But think back," the accountant said. "You were a nobody in high school. Pathetic. And then after you graduated, things didn't get any better." "People changed. I built this all from the ground up," Milton said. Milton's head jerked as he heard the dog snarl and his jaw snapped. He couldn't see it, couldn't see its reflection, but it was somewhere in the room with the two of them. Invisible, but he could feel it. "You bounced from one minimum wage job to the next. No aim, no girlfriends. You didn't even have the drive to actually learn how to play the guitar like you always wanted." "God, no!" Milton backed up towards the pool house bar. He started to remember those shiftless, aimless years, waiting for a break that never came, something that would magically put him on the path to greatness. "As you approached 30, you became more and more desperate," the accountant said. "You heard the story of Robert Johnson, the blues musician who sold his soul for his unearthly skill. Not true, by the way. He was never one of ours." "No! No!" Milton started to remember. All that gray in his memories began to lift, and he remembered the night the man in gray described. He heard the dog in the room with them again, something heavy and hairy brushing against Milton's leg, but he couldn't see it. "You went to the crossroads at midnight. You drew the signs. You said the words. I didn't know it was real. And you signed away your soul when I appeared to you. You've been thinking about the contract for so long. Everything you wanted. No loopholes. But such small, petty dreams. To be rich. To hang out with the cool kids. To fuck the prom queen. You wanted abs without having to work for them, and to play the guitar without practicing. Petty, petty. But it was yours for 10 years, as per our agreement." "I didn't know!" It had all come back to Milton now. "Oh, and one thing, very interesting. You want to forget, so you could really enjoy all your pleasures. You want to forget how you got them, so you wouldn't spend the next 10 years worrying about what was to come. We could spare you that. What's 10 years against an eternity?" "There must be some kind of deal we can make now. A new deal. If you give me time. If you give me more time." "I'm afraid your time is up, Mr. Masters. You called the tune. You danced the music. And now, as they say,
It's time to pay the piper. Milton heard the dog bark and something seized him by the leg. He looked down and saw invisible fangs shredding through his lower parts of his pant leg and drawing blood. Milton screamed and threw himself backwards, teeth like knives ripping through his muscles and meat. Lashing out with his other foot, Milton met something solid even though he couldn't see what he'd hit. Blood flew and the visible hound savaging his calf for a few more moments and then letting go. Jesus God! Milton grabbed the bar and hurled himself up trying to get away, leg gushing blood. Please, I'll come with you, but call it off. Please, call the dog off. Oh, Mr. Masters, if I were you, I'd savor this moment. Compared to where you're going, this is no more than a gentle hazing. Invisible, the hellhound came around the bar and hit Milton from behind. Teeth ripped open his arm and yanked him down from on top of the bar. Milton fell, screaming. He felt its hot breath on his face, smelled his own blood as the creature fell on top of him and began to bite. After pounding on the lid of the coffin for hours, I realized it was useless. If only I had known sooner that ghosts couldn't move through solid objects either. The Gift with a Price. Written by Seraphine the Midnight Bard and narrated by 242. Once upon a time, in a realm beyond, in a time forgotten, there existed a world like one from a dream. Life within this realm was aglow with energy of creation, and those people born to this realm were beyond that which we see today. On a whim, with a word or a flick of their hand, the force of their very life would manifest as magic at their beck and call. The earth would shift, the winds change, and the waters roil with the simple push of a person's will. It was a land where wishes needn't be spoken, as one needed only imagine them to make them reality. It was on this land, long, or perhaps not so long ago, that a rare species of magic was born. This magic, rarest of all in existence, allowed a person to become unshackled from their world of birth, allowing them to transverse beyond the fabric of their reality, and to enter other universes with a thought. It was this very thought that was on the minds of a young couple, as they twice had seen windows to other worlds open before their daughter. It was nothing, they whispered to themselves upon seeing this phenomenon. We saw nothing but shadows at the edge of our vision. A mirage, said they upon their second sighting of the gate. Nothing more than a hallucination brought on by much work and little rest. There was no denying what they saw the third time it occurred. The eyes of their child would illuminate in an array of colors, and a window matching them would appear before her. Opaque at first, but little tidbits of the world beyond would begin to bleed through little by little. The blaring sounds of something akin to the wild birds of the misty valleys to the north. A scent like sulfur, accompanied by gray clouds of smog. Voices. So many voices. Nights were long for the young couple as they stressed not knowing what to do about their child's blossoming gift. It was a common occurrence that those gifted with the ability to move between worlds would become wanderers and Nights were long for the young couple as they stressed not knowing what to do about their child's blossoming gift. It was a common occurrence that those gifted with the ability to move between worlds would become wanderers across realities. A day would come that they would move beyond their home, but there was rarely ever a day when they would return. Those who spoke of the gift often said, "The call of the worlds beyond must be heeded, and it is not one that people can refuse." Who knows what fate fell upon those who moved beyond the bounds of their reality? None other than those who walk the universes themselves could speak to what lays beyond the skies, upon foreign continents likely galaxies away, or beneath the light of estranged suns. No, the parents did what any loving guardians would in fear that they could not protect their prodigy. They enlisted the help of the sages of their land, who placed upon the child a spell that would lock away her gift and leave her unaware of it. And so it was. The seasons would pass and years come and go. The child, now a young woman, would often find herself staring into nothing. There was something curious about the empty spaces between things. It was as if something was missing, as if she was expecting to see something there when she turned to face the empty spaces before her. It was strange, but still, she always looked whenever she felt the call of the void, hoping that maybe this would be the day that she would see something. "Daughter," said her mother one day as she found herself waiting for the unseen something once more, "do not let yourself be distracted. The spells at work here are heavy. If you do not keep mind of your thoughts, they can easily tear them from your mind." The woman snapped back into the reality before her. A family had brought a body to the lab earlier. There was much talk about this man, as it was said that none had seen him in decades. Whispers abounded that he was one of the gifted, and that he appeared a short time ago. His brother saw him step through one of those windows to the other world that they can open, and recognized him instantly despite time's touch upon his face. The old man had used up the last of his strength returning home, wishing to see his brother one last time before he passed. He apparently strained himself too much, as he was barely able to say his goodbye before collapsing dead. But that's what the necromancers were for. The woman's mother had taught her well, and together with the help of the man's brother, they lifted him onto the stone slab, placing him squarely at the center of an incantation circle of runes and sacred geometry. Having recently succeeded her mother as the village's sage of necromancy, the woman would be in charge of calling upon the dead men's memories, and placing them within a crystal orb that the family would use to see all that their deceased relative wished he could have told them, the sights he had seen, the memories he had made. It was an easy enough task when looking for one specific memory in a sea of day-to-day normacy, but she somehow suspected the task would be monumental for one of the gift. Who knew how big a memory of the worlds beyond would be? Who knew how heavy? How much strength and concentration it would take? Well, no time like the present to find out. The task was monumental. The woman would spend days channeling magic into the circle, which would then take the memories from the man and pull them out as if she was fishing for a trout. The memories would struggle at first, as if struggling against the weight of gravity, requiring effort to pull free. But when she succeeded in seizing it, the memory would fly outwards in an array of light and sound, hovering in the air as if it was a cloud of thoughts. The woman was curious as to what she would see, but if there was one thing she never expected, It was that the sights and sounds of the worlds beyond would feel so familiar. Looking upon the visions as they flew free from the man's head, she felt as if for the first time since she could remember, she was seeing what she had always expected to see upon turning to the call of the void. The worlds beyond felt as if they were things that she always knew existed, but could never understand why. It was a vision of places she'd never been, but always felt, never heard, but always knew. She seized one memory after another for weeks until one day the well of visions went dry. There were no more that the man could show her. All of it had been placed into the crystal orb for the man's family to look upon, to treasure as their brother's gift to them. And she had seen it all. She had been full of the life these worlds gifted her, full of the stories that the people in these faraway places told. And now she stood empty, once again turning, hoping to see beyond, but finding nothing. But perhaps the man's memories are more of a gift than she originally thought. They say that the call of the worlds beyond must be heeded, and it is not one that people can refuse. One way or another, fate finds a way of putting people on their path. And for the woman, fate had put her on her path the day she began to pull memories from the man's mind. The circle upon which she stood was forged to set free that which was locked away. In the case of the man, it set free his memories from his mind after he had passed. But during the day she worked to pull the stories from his mind, she was unaware that she was loosening the bonds that the village sages had placed upon her gift so long ago. She returned to the laboratory where she had done her work, hoping to find something left of the vision she had seen, something to assuage the emptiness that she was feeling anew. The laboratory was a quiet place normally, but in the wake of all she experienced, it was deafening. Each echo of her step upon the marble floor was a resonant like thunder. She stepped into the circle aimlessly, and like a drop of water that tips the glass, the leftover energy of the circle shattered the last remaining barrier that held her gift at bay. She heard the call, and turned to find that a window of shimmering color stood before her, opaque at first, but little tidbits of the world beyond would begin to bleed through little by little. With her heart racing and her hands holding tight her mother's book, she took a step beyond and left her world behind. It is said that she has learned much, and that she has somehow lived beyond natural life. Her magic, originally bound and limited, has expanded. Whispers say that she opened a door to an empty realm, and called upon the magic of the worlds she lived. She feels the emptiness of the void with every story she heard and read. Seraphine really did a great job putting together that story for me. I used to use windows to pass through the realms, but now I use doors. I find them much easier to move through. Let me show you. Yes, here is our first door, and the first storyteller we will see this evening. His name is Willow the Schizo, and he really likes to do whatever he wants in his realm. Some days you'll get games, next you'll get true crime, and sometimes stories. So, let's see what story he has for us today. I would like to give a warning before this story starts. There is talk of self-harm. If this is too much, please use the timestamp down below to skip to the next narrator. Thank you so much.
I Will Never Go Back to the Hospital in Halstead, Kansas. Written by Willow the Schizo. Midway through the year 2017, a friend and I decided to pack up a couple of things and head out to the nearby abandoned hospital that sat in the middle of town. The children's ward was definitely weird, but most of the hospital was gutted. I grabbed my camera, my laptop, and anything else I would need to capture any of the evidence that might happen that night. I grabbed everything and headed out to my friend's house to go pick him up. Once we were both ready, we headed out to the park to keep an eye out on the hospital, just for any police presence or anybody who might be watching. After a couple of hours, we noticed a couple of people walking towards the hospital. We decided to lay low, but then we noticed it was a couple of kids from the town who also seemed to be interested in the hospital. We met up with them and decided to set up a 3-man insertion team and a 2-man team to keep an eye out for anyone who might go around the area. We opened the window inside the horseshoe of the hospital, having only darkness as our protection. I stepped in with 2 of the people who showed up, while Cody and the other one of the 3 stayed outside. Once inside, I locked the window to make sure that no one from the outside would be able to come in and fuck with us. We turned on our flashlights and I hit record on my camera. Walking out of the room the window was in, we traveled through the maze of construction equipment and doorways leading to other rooms. Finally finding the staircase, we walked up to the 2nd floor and set all of my shit on the stretcher that sat in the middle of the reception area. Taking a look around, I remember the darkness. The silence that then slowly fell over the room. I've had this feeling before, and I don't really know how to explain it. I guess it could be described as my instincts, but I knew something was about to happen. Whether it was due to the darkness engulfing the entire hospital, or the numbing silence. Possibly both, honestly. When my phone began to ring, I knew something was wrong. Picking up the phone, I saw that it was my friend outside calling. So I answered and set the call to speaker. "Yeah man, what's up?" I spoke, taking a good look around me with the light on now. I could see the window leading to the roof. I could see the open doorway with a tiny window on the right. And the hallway that led to the area of the child's doll I left for the little girl's spirit. That was then followed by the chapel area. "Dude, you guys have to get out of there right now. It isn't safe," I heard my friend almost scream. I sighed, knowing that when he was scared, all he wanted to do was run, no matter if we had just gotten there. Taking another look around, I didn't really take him seriously. I figured he just wanted to leave like normal. "Bro, we just set up. Why do we need to leave?" "We just saw 3 giant shadow people about 8 feet each. One ran straight into the window you guys went in through. Another jumped straight onto the roof, and the third jumped into the 2nd floor window, sat there for a bit, and then just phased into the window." Now, of course, I didn't believe him. Why would I? I mean, 8-foot shadow people jumping into the hospital? How could anyone believe that shit? I went to tell him how I thought he was bullshitting. Before I could get anything else out, I heard the biggest bang I have ever heard come from right behind me. I turned around to see if the other 2 were fucking with me, but they were on either side of me as I turned. And looking at both of them, we nodded in agreement. "Yeah, fuck that, we're on our way." I instantly hung up and started to pack up everything I had just unpacked. I threw my bag on my shoulder and we began to run down the hallway back to the staircase. While descending the stairs, I felt a dark presence crawl on top of me, and I soon began to fall, deeper and deeper. I could feel myself start to be swallowed by the darkness of my own mind. I saw my childhood first, the cries of a baby, the sound of flesh on wood, then against the wall, and soon the crushing of bones, being shattered into pieces. The pain was immense. First my skull, a migraine that felt as if an ice pick were working its way throughout my head. My skin splitting, revealing the fresh, dark red blood. Next, 3 of my ribs, the sharp edge of the coffee table being slammed into my gut until 3 ribs on the right side of my body were completely destroyed. Pieces now in my lungs and in my stomach. After that came another rib, and then another, and another. Breathing was difficult at this time. No matter how hard I tried, it felt as if with each breath, my lungs were punctured by another piece of my ribs. Then came my collarbone, ripped apart from the inside. I could hardly move. That pain was so intense. And I thought I would die right then and there. Finally, I could stand. I could see myself as an infant in the hospital, recovering, bandages and cast covering my body. I can't believe someone would do this to a 4-month-old child. I heard the voice come from behind me. Turning around, I saw the 2 people who picked up the broken remains of the infant and put them back together. Now, reaching inside their own chests, they both pulled out half of their own hearts, put them together, now in its own full heart, slipping it inside the chest of the baby. I knew this child was me, and the 2 people soon became clear. I knew they were the 2 who adopted me, my new parents, the ones who saved me. I felt happy. I wanted to hug them more than anything, to thank them for taking my pain away. Before I could move, though, I felt an overwhelming pain in my new heart. I looked over to see my sister, Stephanie, beautiful as a teenager, very little cares in the world. I saw her slipping slowly away as the brain tumor grew in size, almost the shape of a baseball now. Finally, the image of my sister faded, and the darkness crept over me once more. I tried to look back over at my parents, but could see there was my mother, broken down on the ground, frustrated and overwhelmed. I saw my father laying in bed, his memory fading, his body deteriorating. My father, who once saved me, now a frail, fragile shell of who he once was. I tried to scream. I tried with everything I had to tell him I loved him, but my words were drowned out by 2 gunshots. I looked to my right to find my younger brother laying on the ground in a pool of his own blood, the gun he had stolen from my mom and had used to end it all, still in his left hand. I saw my father, now nothing more than skin and bones, be put into the casket. It was so hard to say goodbye. So as he was put down into the ground, I felt my body jump down with him. The feeling of falling once again came over me. This time a light came from in front of me. As I felt closer and closer to the light, I felt the urge to puke, now being consumed by the light. I woke up on the ground, covered in sweat. I looked around and saw that I was outside, with everyone looking down at me. I looked back at the hospital, the window wide open. Just the memory of what happened was too much. So I got up. I shut the window, locking it from the outside. I wiped off my forehead, my arm now covered in sweat. I turned back to them and nodded, with the images of what happened in the hospital still on my mind. I knew that I will never go back to the hospital in Halstead, Kansas.
That story truly gave me a chill. I don't think I'll be heading to that hospital. A place that shows you your past, but mostly only the dark parts. Horrible and too easy to get lost in. Thank you, Willow, for that story. Now let's move on. Yes, here we are. This is Idiotic Synergy. He is a storyteller, but he also talks about Warhammer. As you can tell by his name, he calls himself an idiot. With all that being said, let's see what story he has for us today.
Superhumans by username HauntingBuyer8532. It was around 2025 when the first superhuman was born. Its skin was made of an organic metal. It wasn't dissimilar to stainless steel. Objects also seemed to be attracted to it. Naturally, the government swoop in. They originally thought it was some disease. They quickly realised it was some sort of odd birth defect. The parents were examined and showed no anomalies in their genes. They are still under observation in a lab somewhere. The world is scared of things that were different than them. This applied to the first superhuman too. He was vivisected and his skin was peeled off for study. After all, humanity was afraid of things that could not be understood. A year after the first superhuman was born, another one was born. This time it could grow shadowy creatures out of its body. This one was also taken, experimented on, and the parents detained. Soon, more of them were born. Eventually, there was one born almost every week. Of course, not all were captured. Some managed to either escape or evade capture. One who escaped caused 21 casualties before being exterminated. One of the ones who evaded capture accidentally killed its family. These incidents, of course, caused people to reject the superhumans. Some superhumans were kidnapped and tortured by people. Eventually, most of the superhuman population were wiped out. Most of the kills were from the government controlling the population. Eventually, the superhuman population went extinct. This entry is dedicated to the superhuman race, a fearsome species of beasts that threatened the human race. May they never roam the earth again.
Superhumans being taken out by humans? Well, I don't like that idea. What would they do with a mage like me? Terrible idea, and not out of the realm of possibilities. I have read some of those fairy tales and also history, and this is why my home is in a void. No one can come here unless I call them. Thank you, Idiotic Synergy, for that story. And try not to get caught. Now, let's continue on our night. So, this is Hair-Raising Narratives. I like to call him Hair a lot. He used to have this cute ghost, but he's changed it very recently to this darker look. I like the look of it, and the orange really sticks out nicely. He writes a lot of his own stories that he tells and brings me in sometimes to help him bring them to life. Let's see what he has for us this evening.
Rising Tensions. Written and narrated by Hair-Raising Narratives. I cupped my hands to my face, breathing heavily as I kept them there for several seconds. "Are you okay?" asked a voice coming from the doorway. I lifted my head to see my coworker Caden leaning on the door. Just looking at his tight-fitting suits raised my blood pressure. I wasn't envious of his attire, nor did I give a shit what he chose to wear. It's just that it added to the absurdity that already was Caden. And he wasn't even wearing socks again. He'd previously argued that it was a stylistic choice and I needed to get with the times. I didn't care if it was what was considered as being hip by GQ. I couldn't stand it. I grunted before lowering my head back into my hands. A grunt? He asked in that weaselly voice of his. "What is it, Caden?" I responded, not bothering to lift my head back up. "You must have had a pretty rough weekend," he said as I heard his footsteps getting closer. "Let me guess, you stayed up late and drank a little too much, am I right?" I lifted my head up, leaning back into my seat, exhaling heavily. I stared at Caden, not uttering a word. He stood still, smirking before taking a couple of steps forward and pulling out a chair across my desk, before taking a seat. He placed his hands on the desk, interlacing his fingers. Hey, I don't blame you for having a little fun, John. You know, I like to party as much as the next guy. He started, leaning in towards me. With that being said, you look like shit. Look, Belinda's already pissed you haven't completed the evaluation reports for staff. I don't know, man. Things aren't looking good. You know, I consider you a friend. I'm just trying to look out for you. You've been noticeably screwing up quite a bit lately. I say noticeably because, well, the people are talking. He leaned back in his seat, half smiling. I steadied my breathing as I felt a knot in my chest. I sat up straight and adjusted my shoulders. Who's been saying that? I asked as I rubbed my chest. What are you talking about? You're saying that as if I've been screwing up major projects or something. Look, if anyone's spreading rumors, it's probably been... I stopped myself from finishing my sentence, clearing my throat. Look, Caden, I began, wiping sweat off my face with my hand. It's Monday morning, man. I have a few things to work on. You think we could talk about this in the afternoon? Well, I don't have anything specific to talk about, he responded. Then what the hell are you doing here? Caden squinted his eyes and puckered his lips, staring down at the floor. I just wanted to say hi, he responded. He turned to his left, looking out at the office window. I stared at my computer, concentrating on the growing number of emails popping into my inbox. I was intent on not saying anything, hoping I had made my annoyance clear enough that Caden would get the message and leave my office. I shifted my eyes in his direction before returning them to my computer screen. The bastard was making this entire minuscule situation more awkward than it had to be. I refused to apologize. He was the one walking in here trying to make me look like a jackass. I refused to give him the satisfaction of an undeserved apology. Today was not the day to try me. I turned to look at him once again. This little prick was not going to leave my office without a fight. That much was clear. Are we done? I asked. Did I do something wrong? He responded in a fake sweet little voice that made me want to strangle him. Do something wrong? Dude, Caden, you came up in here talking shit first thing in the morning, and now you're acting all innocent? Then you sit there trying to make me seem like the asshole? Probably so you can go back and tell everybody else how much of an asshole I am and how much of a dick I was to you. Caden shook his head in disbelief. John, look, I don't know what you're going through, but all I'm trying to do is help you. Caden stood up and took a bottle of water from the shelf in the corner of my office before sitting back down. As he took a sip of water, I couldn't help but focus on the way he drank it. He drank it like a fucking animal. His every gulp made my temples throb and my chest tighten even more. I wanted to stand up, knock the water out of his hands, and bash his... I turned back to my computer, closing my eyes and slowly inhaling and exhaling. By the way, I want you to know that if you ever need someone to confide in, you can talk to me, Caden whispered. Whether it be any kind of issue at all. I consider you a friend, John. I know not everybody handles stress the same way. There are a lot of vices out there, you know. I turned to look at Caden, not taking care to hide my frustration. I think sometimes we need to pay close attention to how our behavior and how our vices affect others, he continued. My grandfather was an addict. The family suffered for many years because of his... Get out! I yelled, standing up from my seat. Get the fuck out of my office! Caden looked at me with wide eyes and an open mouth. Now! He slowly stood up, placing his water on the desk. He quickly turned around and began walking out of the office. I picked up the water bottle and was about to throw it at his back before stopping myself and crushing it in my hand. Water exploded all over the desk, dripping down into the carpet. I sat back down, catching my breath. As I stared at the water dripping off the edge of the desk, I tried to remind myself why I stayed here. It wasn't as if I could just waltz out of here. I needed this job. I needed the money. Caden was well liked in the office. Belinda thought very highly of him. This wasn't good. Belinda would be back in another 30 minutes after her meeting ended. If this got back to her, I'd be done for. I cleaned the mess I made and threw some paper towels over the carpet. I walked over to the mirror on the wall, staring intensely at my own reflection. This is the right thing to do. This is the right thing to do. I adjusted my tie before heading to Caden's office, knocking on the door to get his attention. He looked up from a folder he was looking through before looking back down. Hey, Caden, do you have a few minutes? He didn't respond. I looked back out of the office to make sure no one was around to hear our discussion. I walked over to his desk and sat across from him. Hey, listen, about what happened back there, about what I said, I think I took things a little too far. I think you're right about me being a little stressed. It's nothing serious, obviously. I think we all just, we all go through a little too much sometimes. I think we both just let things get a little too far, Caden looked up from the folder he was sifting through.
Oh?
He began.
What exactly was it that I took too far? Was it the yelling? Was it all the yelling I did after you yelled at me?
No, look, I did all the yelling, obviously, Caden. But I mean, you did say some things that weren't...
I tried to talk to my friend out of concern, and now you come into my office and try to make it seem like it was both of us that had a mental breakdown, when in reality...
I did not have a mental breakdown, Caden. I just... Caden continued talking, but I could no longer comprehend the words that were coming out of his mouth. I felt my face go red. I saw his lips moving and his fucking skinny tie, and I knew I had to get out of there. I stood up and walked out, barely able to walk, my vision starting to blur. Caden came around and tried to stop me from leaving. Caden, not now. I tried warning him. I just need to leave. I'll come back. I just need to leave right now. Please let go of me. I felt the knot in my chest grow tighter, and the pain in my chest like I had never felt before. I walked around him, quickening my pace towards the door. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed my hand and I turned back and punched him in the jaw, sending him crashing into a nearby bookshelf. I walked over, grabbed a hardcover from the bookshelf, and proceeded to beat him in the face with it. He looked like he was saying or screaming something, but by this time I could no longer hear anything. That is, except for a ringing in my ears. I saw blood begin to splatter everywhere. The more I beat him, the better I felt. The more I beat him, the more I realized how my actions were not only justified, but essential. I beat him until my hands grew tired and my arms grew exhausted. I sat down next to him, looking up to see my coworkers standing in the doorway. I must have lost consciousness for a moment. When I regained my composure, a group of police officers were walking me through the hallway of our office floor. I blinked as the blood splatter continued trickling down from my forehead and into my eyes. My coworkers stood at their doorways. They were cheering me on, some of them clapping even. I still couldn't hear quite what everyone was saying, but they were no doubt praising me for the courageous actions that I had just taken. I chuckled in exhaustion, thinking of how much better I felt. The knot in my chest was now gone, and I could finally breathe. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're very welcome. You are so welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. I said, in an effort to acknowledge all the praise I was receiving. I don't think I had ever gotten such a standing ovation before in my life, ever. I felt the urge to cry in pure joy, but I kept my emotions in check, not wanting to ruin the moment. As we reached the exit of the building on the first floor, Belinda was walking in, a look of pure pride in her face.
What in God's name happened?
I guess skinny ties aren't in anymore, I responded, as I was led out of the building to sounding applause.
It seems the pressure of life got to our poor protagonist. I can get why a man who just won't let you be when you just need a moment to yourself can make you snap like that. Poor thing. And that mess is such a pain to clean without magic. Heck, with magic it's a pain. Thank you, hair-raising narratives, for your story. Now, this way, please. Oh yes, it is Seraphine the Midnight Bard's time. He was so kind to help me with my own story. You think I wouldn't have him tell his own? Of course not. This is a bard that likes to travel like I do. You will find him in a dark alley or next to a nice fire in the middle of the night. Now, if you want to find his twin brother, that would be during the day, and you need to go to a very terrible sandwich shop. Truly don't know how you mess up a sandwich, but he does. All that aside, let us see what Seraphine has for us this evening.
Therapy, written and performed by Seraphine the Midnight Bard. Did you have the dream again? My therapist asked, breaking the awkward silence that formed after I finished recapping my uneventful week. I exhaled sharply and bit my lip at the thought of it. The image was hard to forget. A big, thick door slams closed with a metallic thunk. I pound on it, begging to be let out. Laughter echoes all around me, then suddenly, I fall. It's literally the only dream I seem to have lately, I responded. He set his ice blue eyes on me and said nothing, which was a habit of his that I hated. I could feel the weight of his gaze boring into me as he tried to arrange the pieces of the puzzle that is me in his head. The clock seemed to tick extra slow as I waited for his response. I think there's a reason for that. And I think that you and I both know why it is, he said at last. His demeanor remained stony, and his eyes did not release me from their hold. I think we've danced around the subject long enough, Jason. My breaths became shaky. I don't know. Maybe there's something else. Jason, he said, the sound of my name bringing me to a full stop. You're not claustrophobic. You're not basophobic. You've lived a pretty privileged life. Unless there's some manner of trauma that you have yet to disclose, I think we both know why these dreams are happening. He was right. I knew he was right. I would have given anything for him to be way off base, but I couldn't fight the truth. Doc, The sentence died in my throat before I could finish it. My therapist sighed and put his pen down on his notepad. I can't help you unless you open up to me, Jason. You can come in here week after week telling me about how much you hate your job, how much your parents don't understand you, and how much you don't think you'll ever live out your dream of moving to the big city. But ultimately, you'd be paying me to be a sympathetic ear, and nothing more. The clock ticked away for what seemed like an eternity. On the first day you called my office, you told me you wanted to heal. And we've tackled everything except for the one thing that we both know you're here for. The thing that's been keeping you awake for weeks. The thing that's haunting you, even in your dreams. I know you're right, Doc, I said. But I don't know if I can do what we talked about last time we spoke of it. We both know that it's the first step, Jason. And if we're being honest, the imagery in the dream is pretty on the nose. Don't you think? I couldn't not think. The sound of the metal door, being trapped, falling. It didn't take a licensed therapist to know that I was reliving the night of the accident in my dreams. Only instead of a car, I was in some manner of casket or something. Jason, why don't you walk me through the night of the accident again? My therapist asked neutrally. What's there to tell? I said. Me, Chris, and Ponyboy took my boss's Maserati for a joyride. I'd been locked in my office for 16 hours a day for almost a month, with maybe a day off a week. And I just snapped that day. I don't know what came over me, but I just snagged the keys from his desk while he was out banging the receptionist before he went home to his 6-figure mansion to pick up his wife and kids so they could head to the Bahamas for the weekend. I stopped for a moment. The more I talked about my boss and how disgusted I was by him, the more the saliva in my mouth started to taste acidic. This asshole comes in when he wants, leaves when he wants, fucks around while on the clock, shoves his work onto us, and will not hesitate to throw us under the bus when his bosses start questioning his incompetence. He makes 6 figures, gets several bonuses a year, has a big house, happy family, and even a mistress. Meanwhile, I can't even afford to pay attention. I had it. I grabbed the keys from his desk and told Chris and Ponyboy that we were going for a joyride while his sleazy ass was occupied. Tears were gushing uncontrollably from my eyes the more I spoke. My body began to shake, and I struggled to catch my breath. I remembered the laughter as we kicked the car into high gear. I remember Ponyboy taking selfies from the back seat. I remembered Chris nervously glancing at the clock and telling me that we should hurry back. It's not fair, I said through shaking breaths. We were practically slaves. All I wanted was one moment of freedom. My therapist remained stone still through all of my breakdown. I felt embarrassed as hell, collapsing into a weeping mess while he simply stared, saying nothing, his eyes calculating and cold. There is something else, he said as I struggled to compose myself. Something that we both know you refuse to mention, and perhaps the reason why you cannot move past this. I flipped the car, Doc. I turned too sharply. I hit the curb. The car flipped, and we were all trapped inside, I said. It's the sound of metal, the feeling of falling, and the desperate pounding on the door to get out. Yes, he said slowly. But accidents happen, Jason. People make stupid choices, and accidents happen every day. But you made another mistake beyond taking your boss's car for a joyride that day, didn't you? The weight of his question felt as if it would crush me. My mouth felt bitter again, though the taste was different. Your blood alcohol level was high, Jason. It was a miracle that you could stand, let alone drive. I spoke up after I couldn't take the ticking of the clock any longer. My boss had a bottle of Crown sitting in the back seat. Probably a gift for a client or from one, I don't know. Ponyboy found it and jokingly said that we should open it. I did. It was a long while before my therapist spoke up again. Each tick of the clock made me sink deeper and deeper into myself. I was openly weeping now. The truth that I'd been refusing to admit was finally out, and I had confessed to it. One way or another, I was going to kill my friends that night. I made all the wrong choices and survived while they made one mistake in trusting me and died. I think we've made a big breakthrough, Jason, my therapist said. This whole time you've been carrying the weight of guilt, but refusing to acknowledge why. At least now that you've spoken it out loud, you can understand why it is that you're so tormented. So, do you think the dreams will ease up now? I asked. I felt something dig into my shoulder and all across my chest. It was tight and painful. My mouth felt sour once more, and it suddenly felt as if there was too much fluid in there, so much so that it was oozing out. I touched my hand to my lips and saw that the fluid was blood. No, I'm afraid the dreams will continue, Jason. I suddenly felt very dizzy. The pressure on my chest pulled me back onto the couch. Except it wasn't a couch. It was the plush leather driver's seat of the Maserati. You see, it only looks like a dream to you, but you don't ever remember going to sleep or waking up, do you?
What's happening? Doc!
I shouted. During the last Reformation, the Ethics Committee decided that it's more humane that people own up to their misdeeds before we throw them into their eternal torment. So, we sometimes have to apply a little pressure so we can get a confession before we get to the good part. Metal began to form around me as if materializing from air. The sounds were reminiscent of the car slamming into the ground over and over. It gathered and formed around me until it was as if I was encased in a metal coffin, held fast by seatbelts that had me bound so tight that I could barely move. Oh, and by the way, my therapist said, his voice slowly becoming deeper and more guttural. You never seem to recall the last part. In your dream, there's supposed to be fire at the bottom of the fall. But I guess you'll see it soon enough. The big, thick casket door slammed shut with a metallic thunk. I began to pound on it, begging to be let out.
Oh my, that story is one to give you nightmares. To forever be trapped in your worst mistake? Spine-chilling as always, Seraphine. Makes me wonder what you or I would be trapped in. Well, best not think about it. And thank you, Seraphine, for that story. Now let's continue on our way. Here we are now. This is Danny Dreadful. She's a creepypasta storyteller who loves to bring the most dreadful tales to life. With her alluring voice, sinister stories, but yet beautiful smile, it is no wonder she is called the Queen of Dread. She is a newer friend as well, so let's see what dread-filled tales she has for us this evening.
Singing by Casey Were Alien, narrated by Danny Dreadful. I have a gift, more so an ability that I never asked for. It's been this way since I was a child. We aren't sure if it's genetic or a condition of my birth. I speak to, hear, and see the dead. I can also see how people are going to die and can dream of things that no one should know. You would think something like this would bring closure, allow you to say goodbye, confront your emotions in ways most people never get to experience. But that's nothing I experience. I've had to hide my abilities because of this misconception that everyone that sees must be crazy. We must have some schizoaffect disorder. But that's not it. People like me, we don't hallucinate, we don't imagine this, and it's not a defect in the chemicals of our brain. But it isn't uncommon for us to have depression or anxiety. I mean, I was mentally sound enough that the military took me. You never know when you are going to wake up to a dead uncle. One who as a child you were told committed suicide, and you learn maybe your aunt's frivolous spending wasn't just a product of her mourning, but a motivation. When your high school friend supposedly died of a staph infection, but you can see the track marks as he sobs in front of you. When you look at your best friend and instead of her face, you see the bruises and where he's going to slit her throat. When you see in the news that a woman has gone missing, but her bloated form is sitting next to you, whispering where her husband threw her in the river. When you look at your shipmates and you see burns and protruding bones, a glimpse of a future they've accepted but dread. And you can't stop it. There's no turning off what I see, and there's no preventing it. I've tried. I've even gone as far as to take spark plug wires out of a friend's car I knew would drive drunk, but that didn't stop their girlfriend from handing them her keys. I've warned and pleaded, and even if I take away one mode of death, it's like the universe always has a backup plan. I can no longer take it. As I was getting ready to go out tonight, I looked in the mirror. Those who I had loved and gone before surrounded me as I touched my face, fingers passing through the shards of glass and metal. My hair was bloodied and matted, and I could see the emblem of the steering wheel pressed deep into my forehead. Looking to my husband, I could see where his ribcage was crushed by the dash. His forehead cracked, his eyes blank, and he spoke excitedly about our weekend plans. I've never been wrong. Never. But I refuse with every fiber of my existence to be the reason the world loses him. He was driving for our date, so I wasn't too concerned. I knew it would be me driving when it happened. He couldn't understand why I cried over our dinner and played it off as being emotional and PMSing. I love him far too much to tell him what I saw, even though he knows about my abilities and accepts them. Tonight, after he falls asleep, I'm going to the river. I have years of sleep aids that various doctors have prescribed me. I plan to take them all and slip into the water. I'm writing this because I know there are others like me, and because I'm sure people will question why I made my choices. But any time someone tries to warn you or tells you they have a bad feeling, please listen. I could never change anyone else's fate, but I am taking mine in my own hands. Maybe I never listened or tried hard enough, but you never know who is like me and who is trying to save you. I can hear my husband snoring, and I never thought I would relish the sound, but I don't have much time. Please heed my warning and listen to your instincts. You never know what waits around the corner for you, or how much time you have left.
Well, I truly believe Danny lived up to her name. That story was truly dreadful. To see anyone at any moment, at the moment of their death, and not be able to stop it. Heartbreaking. Thank you, Danny, for your story. Now let us continue this evening's tales. Now this is the Scary Show. As his name implies, he likes to tell scary stories, like all of the other storytellers here. But, like every storyteller, he has his own way of telling it. Now let's see what Scary has for us this evening.
Welcome to the 242 Reads 750 subscriber special. This story is called Ophelia, written and performed by The Scary Show.
Death does not part, only lack of love.
He thrust his spade into the hollowed ground. The tip of it bit down into the soil like Adam's teeth did the storied apple. Hungry and starving for her. Again and again, building up a rhythm, his tool thrust steadily, repeatedly, fueled by unshakable optimism. Oh, sweet Ophelia, the sound of her name on his breath, in awful contrast to the hum of the flies swarming around him, bumping into one another, drunk from his alcohol-laced sweat. 9, 10, his muscles tense, his shirt drenched. 26, 27, These damned mosquitoes, they never relent. 37, 38, must not keep her waiting. Just work through the pain. It can't be much farther, can it? He thought to himself, after around the 40th spadeful of earth dug up and removed. In his heart and in his mind, she was lying there, waiting patiently for him, like Sleeping Beauty, breathless with anticipation of their reunion. He continues digging. 50, 60, 70 some odd measures of dirt removed, at least double that amount after, and more still to follow those. He digs until the spade hits the wood of her casket. Thunk. It is the sound of sweet affirmation. His weary, bone-driven muscles are reinvigorated. He attempts to wipe the sweat from his brow with an already soaked forearm, as useless an effort as attempting to drown a fish in water. Perspiration continued to burn his eyes. It doesn't take much longer before he is reunited with sweet Ophelia. There she lay, just as he last saw her, all dressed in white, like an angel visiting the earth. Her hair was immaculate, every curl arranged perfectly. Her lipstick, rose pink, and it still tasted like cotton candy. Just a taste for now, he whispered into her ear before carefully placing her inside the car. He positioned her in the front passenger seat and strapped her in, snugly. A half-folded-up map of the area falls from the passenger side overhead visor. A path is marked, highlighting the road from what was to be their home to here, from sanctuary to sepulcher. Not that it mattered. He knew where he was going. The radio hinted at familiar tunes through the static, too distorted to decipher, mangled and merged meanings, too distant to discern. Every set of headlights heralded another brush with death. Once familiar road signs were now squiggly hieroglyphs warning of the dangers he'd just ignored. He only had a quarter of a tank of gas and half a bottle of gin left by the time he reached the straightaway. There was no turning back. He would see to it that they would be together again. Nothing would separate them this time. Richie Valens ferried them through their sleepwalk via an old record player as they entered the living room. From the moment they passed by the empty mahogany china cabinet, it was clear that tonight was a special night. The dining room table was set with care, and provisions were made, enough for two. Red wine would flow like water. Glasses would never be empty, and assorted foods would cover the table, course by course. Jellies filled bellies, and the smell of garlic seasoned the air. She sat at one end of the table, patient and as still as stone. He sat at the other end, simultaneously guest and host, waiter and busser. The wedding gown she wore was beautiful, a shadow of its former glory, but undeniably magnificent. He could only see the eternally radiant beauty of her. "Can I tell you something?" he began, pausing momentarily to allow her time enough to reply. "You look absolutely ravishing tonight." He hung his head and bashfully took another sip of wine. He smiled as he began unbuttoning his shirt. The look in his eyes was craven. Rising from his chair slowly, it barely made a sound as its legs slid across the hardwood floor. His eyes remained focused on her as he cleared everything from the table onto the floor, making his way around it towards her. There was pink champagne on ice in the upstairs bedroom. The sheets on the bed were of satin, and the bathtub was filled with bubbles. No expense was spared from the scented oils to pink feathered handcuffs. With the aid of 69 positions of the Kama Sutra manual, no fantasy would be too far-fetched. No feline nicknamed orifice too feral to be fucked. With an assortment of sensual surprises, the boudoir was a bordello of bohemian hedonism, but they never made it that far. He took her by the hand and made his conquest there on the dining room table. There was need for neither foreplay nor formality. He had been known to this woman countless times before, as intimate as only the most physical of physicians ever could. He unbuckled his pants and kissed her passionately as he climbed on top of her, with one hand beneath her hips and another slicked with his own saliva, curled into a fist, acting as a bridge between bodies. He licked and nibbled her ear. His manhood throbbed in the grip of his fist. He was convulsing in anticipation of their first contact. He was delicate about penetration, allowing her a moment to adapt to every pulsating inch. She made no sound to indicate discomfort. Once he found himself inside her, he relocated both his hands to her hips and began long stroking gyrations that led to multiple ejaculations and blissful moments of exasperation between erections, deeper and deeper, just a little deeper each time. When the sensation comes, keep holding on. When the miracle comes, stay inside, take hold, and never let her go.
It seems the protagonist did not take Till Death Do Us Part very well. That story was truly disturbing, and I'm pretty sure will give me a few nightmares. Thank you, This Scary Show, for sharing your story with us. Now, let's continue with this evening. Oh, PA Nightmares is next. I was sure he was a bit later tonight. He might have skipped the line again. He is known to come into my home and do things like that. A storyteller of the dead, finding lost travelers and telling their tales. He has the cutest three-headed dog that I just love to pet. Though I do hope this story doesn't have a dog in it. But let us see. The Pendulum, written and narrated by PA Nightmares.
Left to right, the pendulum swings. It swings and swings until you feel fright. Left to right, the pendulum swings as you beg and plead to get free from your plight. Left to right, the pendulum swings long, long until the night. Left to right, the pendulum swings as you beg and plead until there is no more fight. This is a sound that I heard as I opened my eyes The room was cold and dark. A faint dripping of water could be heard. Where am I? And how the hell did I end up here? My eyes slowly adjusted to my environment. I attempted to get up, but I found that I am strapped down to something and I cannot move. My heart rate quickens, but I calm myself down. If he wanted to hurt you, or for you to be dead, he would be so. Just stay calm and find a way out, I whispered to myself. Just as I finished reassuring myself, I could hear the slow, methodical footsteps of who I am sure is my captor. I knew this little trick. He is drawing up the game, trying to make me sweat in hopes of scaring me. Whatever he wants from me, he will not get. After a few long, tedious minutes, he finally walked down the stairs. I didn't wait for him to speak. Who are you? And what do you want? Shuttle games do not work on me, you half-wit. If you knew who I was, you would not be playing such games.
Oh, I know who I have, and trust me, what I have in store for you will make you beg for your life before the end,
he said in a cold and disinterested tone. I hear the flick of a light switch, and blinding white light comes on. As my eyes finally adjust, I can see what was causing the swooshing sounds. It was a massive pendulum that had a blade attached to it. He actually laughed. What the hell is that? That is a new one indeed. What do you think? We are in some fucking Saw movie? You gonna give me a way to escape so I can learn some big life lesson? Oh god, this is pretty fucking pathetic. My would-be abductor came into the light, and I finally got to see the face of the person who made the ultimate mistake. Look, man, you don't know what you just stepped in. Suppose you let me go now. No harm, no foul. I will leave, and we can just chalk this up to a bad day for everyone. I said calmly, and in as a friendly tone as the circumstances would allow. The other man just laughed, a cold, bitter laugh.
That's pretty funny. Why the fuck would I let you go? My employers told me you're a piece of shit, and the world would be better without you. Plus, the amount I'm getting paid tells me I'm better not fucking over my employers.
My eyebrows raised a bit at the word employers. So you're telling me that someone has paid you to what? Torture info out of me and then kill me? Got some bad news for you, buddy. I will never tell you anything you want to know. And if I did, your employers, as you called them, would make sure you disappeared. Which you have to know if you're not a fucking moron. My abductor looked at me, studying me carefully.
Why the hell would my employers kill me? They hired me to do a job. So long as I keep my mouth shut, they'll pay me and leave me be.
He said this proudly, like he had already thought of it, and had revealed some big truth to me I was too stupid to see. Fucking moron. Right, got it, I said absent-mindedly to him. He walks over and gets in my face.
Listen, you fucking piece of shit. You're not in charge here, and I suggest you stop talking before I get pissed off. I would not want to kill you too soon.
Look, man, I don't have the use of my hands to get rid of that smell. So, if you're gonna stand that close to me, can you either brush your teeth or not stand so close? Your breath smells like you just got done licking a dog's ass. The indignant look that crossed his face was comedy gold, till he grabbed two of my fingers and snapped them like they were twigs. I let out a scream that he muffled with his hands. A sick smile crossed his face.
You were saying, you smug bastard?
I was saying that you're a mama's boy, that you got torture information from a teenager that was wetting himself.
Oh, we will see about that,
he said with a smile on his face. He walked over and pressed a button.
You seem to have forgotten about the little toy I rigged up,
he said as he looked up at the swinging pendulum. The button he pressed caused it to slowly lower. After he pressed the button, he said that it would take some time to reach us, So until then, we could either have a more civilized chat, or he would have some more fun, and it was up to me to choose. Sighing, I asked, "So what do your employers want to know? I'm sure there's not much they don't already know about me." He looked at me.
Well, I misled you a bit. I have questions for you. My employers just told me to kill you, never said how or how fast. So, I'm going to have a bit of fun.
"Oh," I said, my interest peaked for the first time in this whole tedious exchange. "Well then, ask your questions and get on with it. Talking to you has caused me to lose brain cells that I can't afford to lose." Anger crossed his face, and he walked over to a table that had some tools on it. He grabbed a pair of pliers and returned to my side. A dark expression crossed his face as he spoke next.
Well, if you're going to keep your tough guy act up, then I will just have to start taking pieces of you every time you smart off to me.
He grabbed the other hand and started slowly removing my fingernails. I screamed as he did so, but I swear that only caused him to slow down and enjoy it more. After he had removed my fingernails on the left hand, he doused my hand in alcohol and wrapped my hand poorly, I might add. After I no longer saw spots and collected myself, I asked, "What the hell was that? I thought you were here to kill me, not bandage me up. Don't tell me you're too incompetent to do the one job you have here." A dark and harsh laugh left his pursed lips, something I only heard from the worst of the worst, and it finally made sense. After he finished his cold laugh, he did reply,
"Oh, come on. Now you know the answer. I don't need you blacking out or bleeding out until I had my fun. But time for a question of my own. Why do my employers want you dead so bad? What is so special about you?"
I looked at my hand and could feel it burning. I looked up at him and answered him, "They want me because I fucked their mothers. Yours is next." He walked over and squeezed the hand that he just ripped the nails off of and asked me again,
"Why the fuck do they want me to kill you?"
I don't know. I don't know who the fuck hired you." He just looked at me and spoke 2 words.
"The corporation."
I thought back to how I used to work for them. I was not a hunter or collector, but I did do research on the subjects they brought in. That was until they turned against me. I had to run, kept a low profile, and yet somehow they found me. I heard my abductor's voice draw me back to reality.
"So, do you need more motivation? Or will you tell me why they want you dead so bad?"
I used to work for them in the labs, and I learned what they were truly doing. They came at me to kill me, but I escaped. I assumed they want me dead, to clean up any loose ends. He looked thoughtful and spoke again.
"That makes sense, but I feel like there's more to the story. Tell me everything. Time is ticking away."
He looked up at the pendulum that had gotten much closer. "Look, I have told you all I know. Maybe they think I know something I don't. Or maybe they just sent your dumbass on an errand, so they'd be rid of you for a bit. Either way, you are wasting what little time I have left. Could you shut up and just let me die in peace?" This earned me getting the nails ripped off of my other hand. The pointless questions continued until the pendulum got so low he could no longer stand near me without risking his own well-being. He watched it, and without looking at me, he asked,
"Any last words? Make them quick. You don't have long."
"Just mark my words. You will die before the night's end. The company is not to be trusted. And as for why they want me dead, you'll find out soon enough. Well, it looks like it's time for death again." I whispered this last part, and my abductor asked me what I said, but it was too late. The pendulum had reached me and started to slice through my midsection. This death was slow and painful. I probably choked on my own blood, long before the blade had finished cutting through my abdomen. Soon enough, My world was bathed in blackness. I always referred to this world as the waiting room. I sat down and waited the inevitable resurrection. No matter how many times this happened, I never stayed dead for too long. It's always surprising that they never send their lapdogs to capture me just to kill me. I'm starting to wonder what they are learning from my deaths. Time passed by slowly in the waiting room, but it was always so peaceful and gave me a place to clear my head. And just like that, I am back inside my body. Well, it looks the same, but it's a new body all the same. My soon-to-be former abductor is standing with his back to me on the phone with the corporation.
Yes, he is dead. Yes, his body did burn up. How long did it take? Roughly around 30 minutes to combust. What do you mean longer than last time?
As he finished that, I walked behind him and slit his throat. I picked up the phone and spoke to the person on the other end. Your dog is dead. Put another one of them down. I don't know what you're doing and why you're studying me, but it stops now. I'm going to come for you. I will bring the fight to you, and I will destroy you. Mark my words. They spoke to me after I stopped talking. Ah, Phoenix. I am so glad to hear from you. Honestly, you save us so much money killing our retrievers. But I must admit, you're getting slower to resurrect yourself. I wonder why that is. Does this mean after a certain amount of deaths, you stay dead? How does one truly kill a phoenix? After all, this is what we want to know. Maybe we will bring you in next time. Till we meet again, have a good life. He ended the call, and I left ready to start my mission. I will find and end the vile corporation. No more will I run. It's time to bring the fight to them.
Well, I guess this one did have a dog in it. Sort of. It is truly hard to keep a phoenix down. Beautiful and powerful creatures that are not to be trifled with. Those men have no idea what they are truly in for. Thank you, PA, for your story. Now please follow me. Now this is who I expected next. This is Gamma Akitabi. He likes more bleak stories in his wasteland. He is also a bit of a nerd at times. Though, to be fair, I could say that about a few other storytellers you have already met. Oh, which ones? Well, you have to go back to their realms to find out, but not yet. First, let's see what Gamma has for us this evening.
In World War II, my grandfather saw something in the Japanese tunnels. Written by the Elite User. Narrated by Gamma Akitabi. My grandfather served in World War II in the Australian Army in 1944. He has a few stories about the war, but he had one that scared the living daylights out of me. Our story begins in 1944. My grandfather and his units were sent to an island. His unit was ordered to sabotage, not to capture the island. The reason behind this was because this particular island served as a communication tower between ships and planes for the Japanese Empire in the south. My grandfather's unit's job was to blow up the main tower to disrupt Japanese communications. The signals will be weak in the south if this tower was destroyed. As my grandfather's unit arrived on the island, they found nothing but silence. They expected some kind of resistance once they arrived, but instead they found nothing. This was confusing, but they continued the mission. As they slowly made their way through the jungle to the main tower, they began to realize something was majorly wrong. They didn't see any Japanese soldiers on the island. They suspected that maybe they were all hiding, but even if they were hiding on the island, that would mean they were preparing for an attack. However, since they were close to the main tower, the Japanese would have attacked by now. But orders were orders, and the unit moved on towards the tower. They set explosives and hid in defensive positions, waiting for the enemy to attack once the main tower exploded. Once the unit was ready, boom! The tower exploded. My grandfather's unit waited, and waited, and waited. Nothing. At this point, the whole unit was absolutely confused. The Japanese soldiers should have arrived by now, so why didn't they? They began to come up with theories, with the most popular theory being that the Japanese were hiding, ready to ambush them. However, if that was the case, they wouldn't have let the unit blow up the tower. This left more questions among the unit. Even the soldier in charge was so confused that he even was unable to come up with a plan of action. Realizing that something was wrong, they all felt it was too unsafe to leave the island because of another theory, that the Japanese must have captured the boat that the unit arrived on. And that's why they haven't arrived at the tower, because the soldiers were already waiting for them. So the unit began to search the island for clues, and as soon as they got closer to the main Japanese camp, they began to have more questions than answers. The camp was completely destroyed, bodies ripped apart, and huts that the soldiers were clearly sleeping in broken apart as if something large bursted into them. It was clear that the Japanese soldiers on the island were attacked, but the question was by who or what. Since they were the only soldiers on the island, and in their briefing, they weren't told on any large wildlife that could be a threat to them. My grandfather's unit decided to enter the camp just to get a little more information, but not to stay too long because the whole situation was confusing and they were not prepared for this. As the unit was searching, my grandfather and another soldier named Thomas saw a small cave nearby. Thinking that this cave must have been used by the Japanese, they decided to enter, hoping to both get clues as well as possibly being able to grab a souvenir, since the majority of the stuff at the camp is damaged or could have been taken there by fellow soldiers. As the two entered the cave, they soon began to find skeletons of small animals and even more dead bodies of Japanese soldiers that were clearly dragged in the cave. Realizing they have found themselves in a bad situation, the two soldiers began to walk out of the cave. As the two reached the mouth of the cave, my grandfather looked back to see a grey human-like creature with large yellow eyes hiding behind one of those dead bodies looking at them. This spooked him enough to grab Thomas and run out of the cave. My grandfather quickly insisted to the others in the unit that they have to leave now. Thankfully, the unit listened to him and left the island, and grandfather didn't tell anyone about what he saw besides Thomas, who didn't believe him as he didn't see the creature. So my grandfather shut his mouth and only told the family what he saw. All he knows is that since the mission was technically a success, despite weirdness, nobody looked into it and left the island alone. Who knows what happened before my grandfather and his unit arrived? And what is that creature?
A creature with yellow eyes that will eat almost any meat and super strong, it seems. I wonder if it could be a Wendigo. Maybe that's just me overthinking it. Either way, it's best to leave and never go back. Thank you, Gamma, for your tale this evening. Now, let's see who's next. Oh, it's Vex's turn. I was sure he should have been here sooner, but maybe I messed something up. He's here now. Vex makes all of his own tales. They are all in the same world and grow on each other. He even has art that is made by a beautiful lady behind the scenes. If you like stories that build on each other, he'll be a great teller for you. Now let's see what he has for us this evening, shall we? Chaya, written and narrated by Dr. Vexy.
The blaze of heat. The sun is a very common sight where I am. My name is Jericho, and I am a cat, a tabaxi, a friendly one if you will, and the best one that you will meet, yes? I am orange and white, like a tiger, and I am rather large and wear a blue cloak. I must give you a little inkling of background before I delve into the horror of what I did. Currently, I reside in a town called Sturk. Sturk is an arid town notorious for struggling with resources. The majority of the architecture consists of gloriously gargantuan cactuses that grow around the settlement. Some of the main population consists of the staggering Tabaxi tribes that have branched out from Sekhmet, the capital, and the various fire dragonborn who have adapted to the heat, the thorns, and the sand. Stark is a small town with a population of 3,500, consisting of primarily Tabaxi and Dragonborn. Along with these individuals spark the Beryllium Dragonborn, a native and exclusive to the Stark colonies. The species of mutant cactus that inhabit the area is called the gift knoll, where contact with the plant will cause the needles to jump and cling to one's body. If exposed for too long, the needles will inject a hallucinatory toxin that will inebriate the victim. This may cause the creature to wander off into the desert, desperate for water. They will shortly die, and the needles will begin to sprout out of the blood and moisture from the body. You see, the Beryllium Dragonborn is of their larger ancestor beasts who resided in huge mother clusters of the crop. The dragons were around the size of elephants and fed exclusively off of calcium, the bones of the fallen creatures. They mutually lived together as a habitat and food source. Whether the cactus or the dragon killed a potential threat to food source did not particularly matter too much. The plant would harvest the moisture from the body, and the dragon would feed off of the bones. They're almost entirely immune to the poison and needles, living in a primarily symbiotic relationship. Yes? You see, we have quite a few landmarks around here. One of the more notable ones is the Giftonol barrier. This is an organic wall of Giftonol cactus that acts as a defense system for the town. The walls are approximately 25 feet tall and 10 foot thick. The gates have been carved into the plant material as a safe entrance into the town. There are two gates, the eastern and the western gate. The western is the most utilized since it is the direction of Sekhmet, the major Tabaxi capital in the Denji Desert, in the western half of Cal. The royalty here is in a place called the Prickle Palace. This is one of the large Gifnol clusters in the colony. This is the central building for the royal family that is in charge of operating the town. This building is approximately 95 foot tall. This is the mother cluster for the majority of the buildings in the town. It was the Beryllium royal family that cultivated the ability to grow a town from the roots up. Literally. Their natural resistances to the Giftonol granted them a boon to harnessing the potential of the organic assassin. Currently, it is run by King Chrome Rock, a royal Beryllium Dragonborn. As far as important things go in Sturk, there are a few. There is a Beryllium Dragonborn statue. This is a statue in the center of the market district depicting the great Gift Drage, the very first dragon of its kind. This is a statue made out of oxidized copper, making it a metallic green, similar to the ancestor that it depicts. It is approximately 9 foot tall. There is the Garrison of the Dark Knight. This is the military headquarters for the Tabaxi troops appointed from the nearby capital of Sekhmet. These are some of the most skilled fighters in the world. They are loyal, powerful, and disciplined. Threats are dealt with professionally and swiftly. There is the Stirk groundwater well. This is a grand hole in the center of town it has a pool of water at the bottom of it. There is a bucket system implemented for retrieval, however there is not a lot left. Swimming is punishable by death. Pissing in it is punishable by death. So, as far as religion goes, generally all of the good 16 are accepted here, but is primarily the evil knight Sekhmet, the evil bishop Set, the good knight Ixen, and the good pawn Sol. The Temple of Sekhmet is a beautiful building dedicated to the worship of the warlord Sekhmet. Many of the soldiers will frequent here, as they worship her as the goddess that she is. This is also the training ground for the troops. There is also the Shrine of Ixen, brazen with gold. This shrine is to the great dragon that is a symbol of heritage to the dragonborn here. Many gold pieces are at the base and are well protected by the Tabaxi and dragonborn military. Religion is very important to the townspeople. There is also the Soul Shrine. This is a shrine dedicated to the Denji god of the sun. The heat is worshipped, but the prayers are made for mild light. The shrine is a large black tower with a chunk of emerald at its eye. At a certain point of the day, the sun will shine through the crystal and reflect off of the eyes of the beryllium dragon statue in the center of town. Both will glow. This is considered a sacred event. It is very, very beautiful. And finally, you have the crazy acolytes at the altar of Set. This is a sacrificial altar dedicated to the pleas of Set. Many of the acolytes will make toxic offerings to the Great Snake as a way of bargaining for resistance to the poisons around them, should they fall victim to the gift gnome. They will also perform tolerance offerings as rites to survival. Some individuals will purposely ingest poisons and survive as proof of dedication. This location has a building adjacent to the shrine that acts as the local infirmary. While Set is one of the evil gods, the royal family bargain for their allowance on the unique knack for antidotes and understanding how poisons will affect the body. The acolytes are incredible healers and act as the poison control for Stirk. Now that we have talked about where I am visiting, let's talk about where I am from. A wild jungle called Cleango. I kid, we will not. I have come to talk to you about my sins, but at the same time, my dedication to my god. I do not worship any of the common gods around here in Stirk. In fact, I do not worship any of the gods, good or evil. You see, it started with my sister. Her name was... well, it's not important, but I did love her all the same. She was a very sweet Tabaxi catfolk who traveled with me north past the icky jungle, then through the desert. We were monks from the same monastery and became traveling nomads. Now, my fingers are sometimes sticky, and we found ourselves risking the high life for a good drink and room for the, how should I say, borrowing of someone's wallet? But that's not as important. I did not kill anyone, and I hurt them in any way, but I am capable of that and will do so in order to protect myself and my sister. I do not condone the murder of individuals in any way, shape, or form. Well, at least I was up until this story. Anyway, my sister was mysterious, extremely intelligent, and somehow found a way to earn huge amounts of gold while we landed here in Stirk. I asked her over and over how and why, but I did not get anything from her. She was turning cold, despite the horrific heat and drippy sweat that us cats get often. Either way, the buildings around here are of adobe huts and cactus, so we just so happen to apparently be staying at a place that offers the finest of linens and food that an inn can offer for us. Sort of a noble high life. One of these nights, I stood atop our porch and stared out into the moon. It was very dark and very cold on this night, where I found myself asking out to the gods for the very first time for answers to what the heck my sister is doing that we are living as we are. I remember, I say out, for anyone who can hear me. That's right, I am talking to a god, I think. Maybe? Who knows? Maybe the hobos downstairs can heal me and maybe could help. It is not that I am complaining about how nice we are doing at the moment. However, I would like to know exactly how and why we are how we are, if you catch my drift. Now, this is an open-ended question because I do not know how the gods work. So if someone could give me something here... I gave a simple smile out there and waited a few moments. I blink once or twice and chuckle, heading on inside with a tad bit of defeat in my attempt to convene with the supernatural. Just then, the room began to grow darker, the shadows more sinister as they grow and arch over me as a child's nightmare would fantasize. A sickly pale white arm with thick blue veins punches its way through the wall, creating a small burst of dust. The hand expands and pulls back towards the wall, grabbing at the edge of the hole, and starts tearing chunks of the wall into itself. It does so until a sizable hole, maybe the size of a bucket, is present, as 5 more hands emanate from the hole and start tearing larger chunks of the wall into itself, all the way up to the ceiling, creating a doorway to nothing but pure darkness. The abyss. A second goes by as dozens of pale, white arms protrude out of the abyss and start scratching at the wall with their fingernails, carving out what looks to be the shape of archway bricks. The fingernails on these arms are sharp and jagged, eventually wearing down to their fleshy tips, where they continue scratching away at the wall, causing the skin on their fingers to wither away and bleed to the bone, where they continue carving, covering what they've made in smeared tracks of blood and carvings of different eldritch and abyssal symbols. I hear screams of men, women, and children, cries of pain and agony in the distance coming from this doorway. When the arms finish scraping away bits of wood and stone, they begin reaching out, smacking different parts of the wall around the doorway that it made, leaving dents and handprints of blood, grabbing anything it can, vases, backpacks, where it pulls it into the darkness. There is a voice, a cacophony of hundreds of voices into one, sending a shiver down my spine. Sweet child of darkness, I have heard your prayers. For the answer that you seek, there is a price. You must obey. In doing so, you will have my favor. Do you wish to please me? Now, I was taken aback. This was kind of disgusting and honestly not my forte. However, there was a potent curiosity underneath my fur that made me want to say yes. So I did say yes. And by golly, I should not have said yes, because very shortly after, a thin white needle flies out of the doorway and embeds itself into my chest. My first thought was, holy shit. My next thought was, well, damn. My final thought was, what did I just get myself into? This was bad, and nothing good can come from this. Rather quickly, my blood began to grow cold, and my stomach dropped to my butt. I felt sick, as though a part of me was dying. Maybe the whole part of me. I began to feel as though my tummy was being eaten, like many bugs made its way inside of me and was gnawing away at the flesh within my body. The doorway began to speak once more. You will kill the one you call Rays of the Sun, or in 24 hours you will die. Do this and your wish will be granted. Ignore me and you'll learn. Well, shit. I totally forgot that I was keeping my sister's name out of the story. But in any case, this totally defeats the purpose of what I wanted. I don't want to kill her. What? This is madness. A fool's game. And I am a fool. Without being able to respond, the hands retreat back into the doorway and it fades away in a puff of smoke. What the fuck am I supposed to do now? I don't want to seem selfish immediately ending her life, but then again, who am I to throw away my life at the prospect of a dumb decision that I made? I hate this circumstance, but I think that I need to own my actions and follow through with the nightmares and gut-wrenching torture I am to live with for the rest of my life. That's what my father would have told me to do. I am so sorry, Harry, but I have done an injustice to our blood. I have made a mistake, and it will be you who is the victim. Over the next few hours of mauling the pestilence and weeping into myself over the chaos that is my life, I waited patiently for my sister to come home. I do not know of the time. My sister will watch over me in the afterlife and spit on my path, damning me at every opportunity for my betrayal. But I am the fool who must reap the consequence. I love you. I hear your footsteps now. I hold my breath for you behind the door, waiting and listening. It will be quick, but it will not be pretty. I will bury you at the monastery and spread deceit about your death. You died protecting me. You deserve to be mourned over a heroic lie and then pitied over a betrayal and both of us ruined. Maybe that part is the selfish part. You walk through the door now, at peace, hoping for a good night's rest. Your gold and white fur glistens under the pale moonlight. You are beautiful, even in death, as my knuckles strike your spine and neck. My soul bleeds as I channel my ki into your body, overloading your senses as the gushing, popping sound indicates that your eyes have detonated and your brain is leaking into my hands. I loved you so much, Ray. You were my everything. The doorway appears once more, releasing distant screams into the room that reverberates around the stone. Very well. Your sister was the inventor of a drug she calls the Fictional needle. You are an agent of Shire now. So, it turns out, a needle from the Fictional cactus has other properties to it that are able to be harnessed. Normally, many of those needles are a defense against potential predators, acting as a venomous hallucinatory death. However, just one of these needles, spiked with the blood of an arachnid and honey, may be used as an addictive injected drug. Upon injecting this drug, the user may experience severe dehydration and may see things that are not of this realm for a few hours, spiked with vile hallucinations. It is said that you may see into another plane of existence. Things are illusionary, and things that are invisible, and has the potential to kill horrifically. Should you survive, You are subjected to short-term madness and paranoia for a few days as your other sight begins to fade. The user will experience extreme addiction and must seek out the nearest source of Fictional needles. My sister was the kingpin in harming and killing an extreme amount of people. The folks at the altar of Set were already into injecting poison, so they were her first customers. So, it seems as though I have done the world a favor. I will miss her, but I now work for the Mistress of Shadows. I will make you proud.
Never wise to just reach out to anything. Those of higher powers that mean to do you harm will always be the first to reach out to you. Though it does seem his sister was also doing harm. A ray of sunshine that became black as night. Pity, really. Thank you, Vex, for your story. We have 2 more stories this evening. So let's see our second to last. Here we are, Miss Creepy Tales, or MCT as everyone calls her. She's another mage who loves to share stories. I would never get on her bad side though. I have a feeling you would end up something she could eat. She just loves talking about food. Don't ever hide a Kit Kat around her. She can smell them a mile away. Now let's see what story she has for us this evening.
I'm an urban explorer, and I'll never forget what I found in an abandoned factory. By U/Neptune. Narrated by Miss Creepy Tales. My name is Wyatt. I'm 21 now, but this story happened last winter when I was still 20. I am an urban explorer and nature photographer. That is about as much detail I'll go into about myself because I don't want anybody coming after me if they found out what I've seen. I know, I will never forget what I saw, but I can't risk telling anyone that I know. I am not currently under any immediate danger, but there are too many unknowns. Back in early December of last year, I was looking through Instagram and saw some shots from an abandoned factory in Germany. This place was so perfect. It was rusting and old but still kept the same structure and shape as when it was in use. Some of the pictures were breathtaking, mountain views through decrepit old windows, things like that. I screenshotted and reverse image searched one of the pictures from Instagram and found a place in Germany. There was no name for the factory anywhere I looked, but I kept seeing the town it was in was called Westgen. I looked it up on Google Earth and saw that it was a mountainous region in northern Germany. And as I swiped through the images on Google, one article stopped me. It claimed that the factory was going to be demolished in April of next year, meaning it would be gone in just a few months. I was feeling impulsive and excited, so without thinking, I Googled flights to Berlin. Looking back, I wish my phone would have died at that very moment. Anything to stop me from looking at flights. I would do anything to go back and make me close that tab. However, I found one flight leaving from my airport that Wednesday, and it was only $600. I was just about to buy the tickets when I remembered that my friend Bryce, which is not his real name, was looking for somewhere to go for winter break. So, I called him up and told him that there were tickets to Berlin for $600. I wish he would have talked me out of it, but instead, he was all over the idea. Later that afternoon, we both bought our tickets and planned to leave on Wednesday. Adrian, also not his real name, was also coming with us, but was going to leave early on Saturday to go see his family in Poland. Me and Bryce made plans to go to WestGen on Sunday and look around there for a few hours. So when Wednesday came, I packed all of my stuff, camera lenses, SD cards, respirator, flashlights, clothes, and met up with Bryce and Adrian. And we took an Uber to the airport and quickly boarded the plane. Honestly, I don't remember most of the flight. I think I slept through most of it. But finally, we arrived in Berlin. Honestly, for the next few days, it was just a normal vacation, nothing but sightseeing and doing basic tourist things. On Saturday, we said our goodbyes to Adrian and he left for Poland. That night I made sure to get all my stuff ready for the next morning. We had a 2-hour car ride from Berlin to WestGen. I was hoping we would get there around 2 in the afternoon and explore until about 8 that night. Playing it back in my head, I remember every little detail of that day. I remember the sound of my alarm, the excitement of waking up that day, the feeling of seeing all my stuff packed neatly on the floor next to my bed. We got up and had breakfast in the hotel lobby before walking to the car rental place. We picked out a blue Chevy from the lot and the guy gave us the keys. I spent the next few hours driving through the green rolling hills of Germany until we finally got there. I felt nothing but excitement when we finally got into the town. I remember just driving and looking around for a while until we saw it there, clear as day, the abandoned factory. It sat at the bottom of a tall hill in the middle of a bright green field. The mountains were in the distance to the east opposite the factory. I started looking on Google Maps for a good place to park in order for us to walk there. There was a large parking lot next to a self-storage place that was only about a quarter mile from the factory. I pulled into one of the spots and looked around for people. "Should be good," I told Bryce. I grabbed my camera bag, my flashlight, and my respirator out of the back seat and put it all on. For those of you who don't know, a lot of old buildings were built with toxic materials like asbestos, so it's just safer to not even risk it and wear the respirator. We began walking down this old cracked asphalt road that has grass and flowers growing through it. It led straight to the factory, which I remember finally having a good view of. It was brown and rusted, but still beautiful and majestic. It had plants growing in it, like it had been retaken by nature after the people left it. And after a little walking, we reached a tall chain-link fence that was locked. But there was no barbed wire on top, so I considered just jumping it. But instead, I decided to look for an easier way. After walking next to the fence, I saw part of it had been knocked from the metal frame by somebody else. We pushed the metal out of the way and just crawled through it onto the other side. Now, we just had to get into the factory. It was already clear to me that the main entrance wasn't an option. It probably had motion sensors anyway. And I was looking around when I spotted it. A broken window. It was only about 10 feet off the ground, so I asked Bryce to help me up. He hoisted me up, and I grabbed onto the windowsill. I pulled myself up and through the window frame, pushing aside the broken glass as I did so. I pulled Bryce up through the window, and we both jumped down on the ground inside the factory. Now, when I say this thing was massive, I mean massive. Like probably the biggest single room I have ever seen. It had so many levels and catwalks and bridges. This place was a gold mine. I immediately got out my camera and put on my 16 to 35 lens and my best flash. I also put in a new SD card just in case. We walked around the ground floor a bit, mostly just looking up at the ceiling. And I took one picture of all the catwalks and bridges leading up to the crack in the ceiling, letting sunlight through. We went up one of the staircases onto the second level. There were a ton of generators and turbines all over the place, with a thick layer of dust and rubble covering them. I took some pictures on this floor, but we quickly moved up to the next floor. It was more of the same stuff, but still beautiful. I walked to the edge of the floor and looked over the small balcony-like platform we were on. I immediately felt dizzy looking all the way down to the ground level. I'm used to that kind of stuff. I just didn't realize how high up we were. We climbed up the stairs to the next floor when Bryce told me to look at the mountains out the window. That was the shot from Instagram that I wanted. I adjusted my settings and snapped the shot. I checked over them just to make sure it was good because that's pretty much the reason I came here. Even though I'm explaining this all very quickly, we did spend hours wandering around this place and looking at every little detail. We eventually got to some sort of control room. It must have had hundreds of different switches and buttons, all labeled with German words that I couldn't read, or seemingly random numbers. It was made clear from a thick layer of dust that this stuff hadn't been used in decades probably. That being said, I know I shouldn't have done this, but I took a small silver key from the control room as a souvenir. We left the control room and saw a ladder that went up at least 2 stories. It led straight up onto the roof of the factory. I hesitantly decided to climb it, but Bryce said he'd do it if I did it first. The ladder wobbled from side to side as I hesitantly climbed up the steel bars. And finally, I grabbed onto the roof and pulled myself up onto it. "You'll be fine if you go slow," I yelled down at him. Soon, he joined me up on the roof, and we looked out on the rest of the world. It was just endless rolling green hills leading to the snow-capped mountains. I turned around and looked behind us, and realized that the hill behind us was taller than the factory itself. If we could get to that hill before sunset, the picture would be unbelievable. I really wish I had just abandoned the area, but instead, we rushed back down the ladder and all the staircases to the ground level. We quickly leapt out of the window and crawled through the fence, and we walked across the grassy green fields and slowly walked up the tall green hill. I won't lie, it was tiring walking all the way up that hill, racing the sunset, and when we finally got there, it was totally worth it. The factory, the mountains, and the sunset all mashed together in this beautiful vista. I took out my tripod and lined up the composition. When I finally snapped the shot, I took 9 or 10 of the same exact picture just to make sure I got it. It was incredible. But if I could, I would go back in time and leave that hill immediately. But unfortunately, Bryce looked behind us and pointed out another abandoned building to me. It was smaller, made of brick rather than steel. He was hesitant to go down there and checked it out because it was getting late. I assured him we would be fine with the flashlights and we wouldn't be long. We walked back down the other side of the hill and over to the dilapidated brick building. By the time we got there, it was getting pretty dark already, but we had flashlights that worked fine. The only weird thing was that when we walked up to it, the gate was unlocked, like they weren't even trying to keep people out. I guess it was pretty hard to find, but still. We walked straight through the gate, and I was scanning the area for motion sensors or alarms, but there was nothing. The same exact thing when we got to the front door. No lock, no bar, nothing. We moved open the metal door, but it was heavy, hard for either of us to even move. We entered the building, and it was dark. Super dark. I immediately had to turn on my flashlight to even be able to see. The building looked more of the same, catwalks, machines, and the overall same vibe. But there was a large circular door directly in front of us. It looked more like an entrance to a bank vault than any normal door you would find. At this point, I was stunned that we hadn't seen a single alarm or motion sensor in this place. We were both immediately drawn to the vault door, and I put my hand on it in awe. I had never seen anything like this in all places that I have explored. It was barely cracked open. Not open all the way, but definitely not closed. I put my hand in between the door and the wall and tried to pry it open. It slowly moved open, showing us what was inside. There was a long circular tunnel that just led to another room. So far, this was looking like one of the best finds for me ever. I took multiple pictures looking down that long hallway, the flash lighting up the area, and we slowly walked down the hallway, flashlights in hand, as we advanced towards the room at the end. When we got to the end of the hallway, there was another vault door that was swung all the way open. We walked through the open door into the room. It was seemingly empty, except for a small hatch leading into the ground. It was closed, but the lock and chain on it were broken. Above it, there was an arrow pointing at the hatch that said, Project Nachtwolfen. At that time, I had no idea what it meant. I didn't even take a second to put it into Google Translate. Nowadays, the words still send a chill down my spine. Project Nightwolf. A phrase that sounds like nothing, but if you had seen what I've seen, you wouldn't be able to hear those words without shuddering. I slowly opened the hatch, the hinges squeaking as I did so. I flipped it all the way over until it was on the other floor. I shined my flashlight down the hatch to reveal what looked like just a normal staircase. We began slowly descending down the stairs, and as we got closer to the bottom, you could hear the drops of water hitting the floor and making a quiet sound. I was going first, ahead of Bryce, so I saw it first. A room that was all pitch black, with about 2 inches of water lining the whole floor came into my sight. What horrified me were the piles of animal skeletons and bones lying in the water, small rodents that had been mutilated, and sheep that had been torn apart. Some were just the skeletons, but others still had decaying, rotten flesh, but it looked like they had been ripped apart, some of them torn perfectly in two. I struggled to hold back my vomit as the smell hit me. I was firing off my camera flash, taking pictures all around us, when I spotted another door just ahead of us. I remember Bryce telling me that we should just leave, but I wanted to go to that last door. The room was made out of cement. Stone pillars sat around the room, although some of them looked like they were about to collapse. We finally got to the door and I opened it, and it looked like just another control room, like the ones in the factory. The thing that was different, though, was there was swastikas on a lot of the equipment and walls. Not ones that had spray painted on by some kids, but real-looking ones. It was as if this place hadn't been touched since World War II. I looked around at some of the buttons and stuff until I saw a journal. I opened it to find that, unsurprisingly, it was in German, but I stuffed it in my pocket to take home. Just then, I heard the sound of broken glass. Not like somebody dropping a wine glass, but like an entire window was just shattered all at once. I immediately turned off my flashlight and Bryce slammed the door behind us. We both knelt down, breathing as silently as possible, not wanting to know what that sound was. Thoughts rushed through my head, possibly a bird, a mountain lion, but neither of those were even possible. We sat in that room for about a full minute until I realized that it was probably just because of how old this room was. Some structural error or rotting metal probably caused it. I worked up enough courage to go out there, and Bryce said that he would go if I opened the door first. I walked over to the door, still crouched on the ground, and I turned the handle. I slowly creaked the door open, and as if we were in a horror movie, my flashlight died. I was too committed at this point to go back, so I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed my camera and started blindly firing off the flash. I could only do it about every 3 seconds, but I slowly creeped further and further out into the room. And that's when I saw it. It looked like a shadow crouched on the ground, but about 10 feet away from me was this oily, black, skeleton-like creature. It slowly stood up, making cracking and crunching sounds as it did so. Its limbs snapped back and forth like they were breaking, and when it finally got all the way up, I saw its mangled set of razor-sharp teeth lining a huge gash in its face. It was at least 9 feet tall with its head almost hitting the ceiling. It was holding the body of a fox in its lanky, disguising arms. It ripped the fox into two as it let out a horrifying, ear-piercing screech. My flash stopped firing, and I looked down at my camera to see the message. SD card full. I quickly grabbed the one in my pocket and switched them out, but when I fired the flash again, the creature was gone. Had I just imagined it? I felt paralyzed, and suddenly, it grabbed me by my neck. Its hand felt wet and sharp as it pulled me towards it. Bryce immediately ran for the door, and I don't blame him for it. I was panicked. No rational thoughts ran through my brain except one: survive. As I was brought closer to its face, I grabbed the pocket knife from my right pocket and plunged it deep into the neck of the creature. It dropped me and let out a horrifying scream. My camera smashed on the floor, and I felt Bryce grab my arm to pull me up. We bolted for the door and slammed it behind us. We could still hear it screaming and screeching as we ran up the stairs. When we got up the stairs and above the hatch in the floor, I tied a chain around the lock, hoping it would give us more time. After that, we just sprinted back to our car. It was pitch black by that point, so when we got in the car, we sped off and didn't look back for a second. It was a very silent car ride back to the airport. We got on an earlier flight back home and left that night, and we didn't talk about what happened until we got back home. I didn't leave my room for the rest of that winter break. If it weren't for the journal and the pictures, I would have thought that I dreamt it, but no. The pictures showed the disgusting creature exactly how I remember it. And I'm glad that I switched out the SD cards, or I would have no pictures of it. I won't post any of them here, mainly because I don't want people finding this place and making the same mistake that I did. But I will post a section from the journal that I was able to translate. Most of the journal is illegible, but I could make out this small section. Our tests have not been getting better. It has become even more violent, no longer eating the rabbits, but just tearing them apart. Nobody here wants to get into the cage with it anymore because of the fact that it seems to find joy in destroying the animals. Also the screaming. I will never forget the screaming until the day I die. March 24, 1942.
An experiment that was forgotten. Kinda sad in some ways, but it doesn't seem this animal would be fun petting. Maybe exploring abandoned buildings is a bad thing. Just a thought. Thank you, MCT, for your story. Now, on to the last one. This is Dark Little Voices. Here we have two voices, Shade and Decay. Shade mostly does the storytelling, but Decay throws her voice in every once in a while. Don't worry, you've heard Shade already. He lent his voice to PA Nightmare's story. So, you already had a dark little voice in your head. Let's get you another one. The Mansion on the Hill. Written and narrated by both Shade and Decay from Dark Little Voices.
Ever since I started dating my girlfriend, Tori, things have gotten weird. Don't get me wrong, she's simply amazing. We always have a great time no matter what, and just talking to her leaves my heart racing a mile a minute. But there's something about her that seems to trigger this reoccurring nightmare that I really don't understand. Someone suggested talking about it to see if the nightmare would end, or see a shrink to see if it's something that I'm just not understanding about myself. Either way, I can't stop thinking about it. Here's what seems to happen before the nightmare starts. We finally go on a date and try to improve on our relationship because we've grown pretty close. We go to bed and I think to myself how life is perfect the way it is. And then I slowly drift away to sleep. The nightmare starts with the fact that I'm lost in the woods somehow, traveling for a while in the dark. I see a well-lit gate up the hill. I've never seen this place before, but the mansion that seems to be a good distance from the gate seems beautiful and inviting. That's when my girlfriend invites me in. I try to ask her who lives here, or for that matter, does this belong to her? With a creepy giggle, she simply says,
No, my love. This is our home. You know that. Now come on. I've missed you.
She pulls me along, and I feel warning bells in my head telling me that this is a horrible idea. It warns me that if I go inside, things are going to get worse. I force myself to memorize details such as the car that I somehow have the keys to, the sky being pitch black as if something swallowed the stars themselves and left everything in a pitch black state. I turn around to look and see if I can see the forest that I just came out of, but it is swallowed up by darkness. The only thing I can see is everything on the property. Anything outside of it seems to no longer exist. I told Tori, "Baby, maybe we should leave." In a demonic voice, she shouts, "No!" I begin to panic more as I demand for her to let go of me. "Damn it, Tori! I said let go of me!" She ignores me as I tell her she's hurting me. She never looks back as we inch closer and closer to this beautiful wooden double-sided door. Their bright wooden color fades to black as I enter. The second I get free from her grasp, I run as fast as I can, with her laugh echoing. I begin to think that I've escaped as her footsteps die down. I feel a sense of vertigo, but I know if I collapse or gag from the nauseating feeling, she's going to find me. It becomes a game of who can outsmart who. Like a scared rat, I hide along the rafters somehow. I can't help but feel as if she's only toying with me. This is where the nightmare ends, but it doesn't stop here. I only wish it did. Despite the nightmares, Tori and I continue to see each other, and I asked for her hand in marriage. That's when it got worse. Way worse. The nightmare played out as it usually did, but things were different. This time, men that I have never seen before chased me all throughout the woods. They tried to stab and shoot me. Little did I know why. I managed to hold refuge in what I thought was an abandoned home. They stopped looking for me the second that I got in the house. As I started to stand up and get a hold of myself, I looked around and fear turned my blood cold as I realized they baited me back to the fucking mansion on the hill. Damn you! I couldn't help but yell out.
"And it's you who are damned,"
said the whispering voice. Unfortunately, I knew exactly what it was. It was a nightmare version of Tori. "I'm getting out of here," I said sternly. That's when she showed herself as this large, centipede-like creature.
"Try that all you like. You won't escape again, but you will be mine."
She immediately tried to attack me and almost took my right arm in the process. The chase began almost immediately. I ran up the stairs until she caught up to me quickly on her human hands for feet and arms for legs. I jumped off the banister as she screeched in anger. As soon as I touched the ground, she destroyed the banister, and I ran into a random room. Barely escaping, I tried to wake up. Wake up, wake up! Then my alarm clock woke me up. I woke up in a cold sweat, and had never been so happy to wake up to an alarm before. However, as I went to turn off the alarm, her voice appeared in my head.
"This isn't over,"
it said angrily.
"I will find you, my love,"
it whispered in my mind. For the rest of the week, I was on edge. I now knew that whatever this creature was had the ability to pretend to be my fiancé. Despite this, years had gone by without a single incident. So, I naturally assumed that I was in the clear. Then one day, Sometime after we had our second child, it happened again. Same nightmare, only this time, I got brave and challenged the creature. This time the wager was higher than I wanted it to. If this time I failed to escape before the dream ended, my children would be doomed to this exact hell that I was in. Clocks ticked on rapidly to mock the fact that I was running out of time and needed to make the choice. I finally agreed and everything went so quiet, you could hear your own heartbeat. I quickly ran up the stairs knowing that the front door wasn't an option. I hadn't considered that I would need to save my kids in the madness. In fact, the only reason I knew they were involved was because they both screamed and cried for me. I felt myself breaking into pieces at this, but I knew I had to press on. I screamed for them over and over until I saw a large detailed door that made me feel uneasy. That's when the fake Tori ran at me. I tried to bash my way into the door, but it was hard to do as it was a heavy wooden door. The kids screamed for me again as Tori came closer, and finally I made my choice. I quickly outsmarted her, cutting my hand in the process. I used a knife on the door as the creature pretending to be my wife screamed in torture. I stabbed the door several times before it disappeared and the door was open. I quickly rushed and picked them up. I ran throughout the house as the creature's centipede form came after us. My poor, innocent children screamed and cried into me as the creature's razor-sharp claws grazed my back, sending me tumbling down the stairs. I used my now bloodied body as a human shield.
You can't escape, my love. You will be mine.
She shouted with excitement as she crawled quickly down the now broken stairs. The fuck I will, I shouted back. Suddenly my heart raced more as I could feel time counting itself down. Tears fell from my face. This was it, I thought to myself. My children and I were doomed to be this thing's plaything. I shut my eyes tightly as I told my crying children that their papa loved them more than anything in the world. The creature's massive, toothy maw was about to clamp down on us when I saw that part of the house that Tori and I dreamt about having. Our own greenhouse. I didn't hesitate or even try to make sense. I ran as fast as I could with my kids gripping me so tight that I thought pieces of my flesh would be bruised or scarred. It didn't matter. With the last of my strength, we broke through the glass part of the greenhouse. The creature screamed in defeat as I tried to prevent shards of glass from impaling my kids. It wasn't over. The creature didn't care that it lost and that we won. She just wanted to eat and torment us. What made the endeavor worse was the clock was still ticking. It didn't make sense until I quickly realized the mansion grounds counted too. I quickly remembered the vehicles and I tried to run to it. As I did, I looked down and saw my left leg was covered in glass shards. Damn it! I screamed as I kept moving. Every single step felt as if the glass seeped deeper in my skin and into my calf. It was a torture. She turned back into my wife and walked slowly to us.
Baby, it's dark outside. Just come back with me. We can start over,
she said seductively. I threw my children into the car as I ignored her. Suddenly her face contorted into a huge smile with jagged teeth. I know I should have tried to save my wife, but my son and daughter needed me more. Besides, whatever took my wife wasn't planning on giving me a chance to save them all. I hotwired the car and immediately drove it backwards, slamming the gate open. We had barely made it out, but the creature looked amused as if our fear was more than enough as it watched us drive away. I woke up crying, covered in sweat, and I ran to check on my kids. They were both sound asleep as I sighed with relief. My wife went to check if I was okay. I felt stupid as I talked to her about the nightmares. She assured me that they were just nightmares and that everything was okay. She went downstairs to make breakfast. I went downstairs to see her after I brushed my teeth. I was honestly relieved that despite how much the pain felt so real, it was all just a series of bad dreams. As I entered the kitchen, I realized that I barely heard her after I brushed my teeth, or any of the kitchen utensils being used. I looked at our family table and saw her favorite cross stabbed into the table upside down. My wife isn't known for her pranks and is a religious woman, so I knew she would never do this. That's when, to my left, I felt a dark presence. It was similar to the creature in the nightmare. My blood turned cold as ice as she said,
"Welcome home, sweetheart. I told you that you and I would be together. We will be together forever. And the best part is that now not even death can tear us apart."
I ran upstairs to get my kids when I realized I never had kids. We were planning on kids, but not right now. That's when the last words I heard were whispered into my ear.
"You really shouldn't have moved here. You are all mine now."
And everything since then went dark.
It seems her love had no bounds. A dream lover became reality in the worst kind of ways. Really kind of creepy to think she made up children just to get to him. Thank you, dark little voices, for your story. And with that, we're near the end of this video. I'd like to thank the writers who let me read their stories, and the narrators who helped me bring these to life. I know I've already done these videos, but thank you guys once again. Now if you're new, subscribe and turn that pretty little bell to all notifications. If you'd like to help this channel, share it with anyone who might enjoy it. Also, if you like early access to these audios and a few bonuses, check out my Patreon. I also have PayPal and merch. And of course, many social medias that you can check out. All the links are down below or in the show notes as always. As for the Sunday word, it'll be back next week, but I would still love a comment if you could. But as always guys, thank you for watching and listening. It really means the world to me. And we're so close to that 1,000, I really can't wait. Sleep tight and don't let 42 bite.